is when we can actually do something about it, right? So some important screening tests for women include pap smears, STI screening. I'm not going to go too much into that because I know we have a speaker on that later, and mammograms. So pap smears, or cervical cancer screening, basically is used to capture or collect cells from the neck of the womb, which we call the cervix. Those cells are analyzed to determine if they are changing into an abnormal pattern. And there are different levels of change that can occur. So as every woman in here probably knows, a pap smear is not the most fun thing in the world. I always get asked, is there another way we could do this? No, this is the only way. So we have to collect the cells from the neck of the womb. And those cells are either collected with a swab or something we call a brush. And those cells are transferred into either a liquid medium or onto a slide and sent to the lab for analysis. The reason we have to use the speculum, because the vagina is a flat organ, so we need to open up in order to see the cervix and collect the tissue. So here are some excuses I always sometimes get from women who don't want to do their pap smears, who don't want to come for screening. I feel fine, I'm good. Nobody in my family have cancer. All of these different excuses, and I hear a lot, I'm trusting in Jesus. I trust in Jesus too, I tell them. But if you jump in your car and you don't put gas in your car, you're not going to get very far. Your car is going to abandon you on the side of the road. So you have to keep up with your screening and go to your physician to ensure that you're healthy, just like how you take care of your car. Take care of your body better than you take care of your car, eh? All right, so let's look at some cervical cancer screening that we do. So, human papillomavirus, also known as HPV. This is the cause of cervical cancer, right? HPV is a sexually transmitted infection. There are a lot of different types of HPV, but there are several types that can lead to cervical cancer. So HPV is common. Over 42 million people worldwide will have some type of HPV-related disease, and every year in the United States, about 14 million people have HPV, are diagnosed to have HPV. But it's the one of the screening that we can actually catch so early and prevent cervical cancer. So this is why it's important to come for your screening. So cervical cancer worldwide, there's about 500,000 people diagnosed with cervical cancer in the world. That's a lot. That's like our population, 500,000, And the age range it's most common in is age 30 to 50, but it can be any time in a woman's lifetime. And worldwide, about 250,000 people die from cervical cancer. Of note, it's the second leading cause of death from cancer in women in our country, okay? And this is a cancer that we can prevent, so there's no need for it to be the second leading cause, but women do not come as frequently as they should for their screening. And you can have a normal pap smear 1 year, and 2 years later, you can have cervical cancer. So it's important to come for screening. So there is a vaccine available. It's called, it's an HPV vaccine. It's also known as Gardasil. There are two types. Gardasil 9 is the most common type, and that one covers more of the different types of HPV to protect you against cervical cancer, but there's also Gardasil 4, which is available as well. So in terms of vaccination schedule, we want to catch women and young men before they become sexually active. So the vaccination time is actually from age 9 up until age 14 for that age category. And also when they're younger, they have a better response to vaccines. Their body has a better immune system, so they produce more antibodies, so you get a better response. And then for Gardasil, usually for the 9 to 14-year-olds, they get 2 doses, but you can give those vaccines up to age 45 in women, only up to age 14 in men, but up to age 45 in women. But after age 15, you get 3 doses, and that's it for your lifetime, okay? That doesn't mean you stop your screening, but it does mean it gives you added protection. So cervical cancer screening, the guidelines currently recommend age 21 to 29. So it doesn't matter if somebody becomes sexually active before age 21, screening doesn't start until age 21 because teenagers are able to clear their system of HPV because they have a better immune system. So screening starts 21 and it's every 3 years, age 21 to 29. Now, I put a little caveat to that. International guidelines say every 3 years. As an obstetrician gynecologist, and most in this country will tend to tell you every year. It's because sometimes if we tell you every 3 years, you may come every 5 years, and we don't want that, right? So every year, and then we see changes really quickly, all right? So after age 30, the pap smears are every 3 years, like I said, every year. And there's also an HPV test that can be done every 5 years, or a co-test that can be done every 5 years as well. If you've had a hysterectomy, which is a removal of the womb, and your cervix is left inside, that means you still have to get your pap smears up to age 65. If you've had your cervix removed, then it changes a little bit. It's all based on what your previous history was in terms of your pap smear results. You may be able to stop, or you may have to continue pap smears. So when to stop screening? So at age greater than 65, if you've had no, what we call high-grade lesion, so no abnormalities in the past 25 years, and within the past 10 years, you've had 3 negative pap smears, you've had 2 negative HPV tests, or 2 negative co-tests, then screening can stop at age 65. If you don't fall into that category, you continue screening for another 20 years. This, okay, sorry. Make sure. All right, there we go. So this slide just shows the different types of abnormalities we see on a pap smear. It starts with something called atypical scales, and then it changes to high-grade lesions. So sexually transmitted infection screening, we tend to say that individuals less than 25 years old should be screened annually for chlamydia and gonorrhea. If you're greater than 25, it will be based on your risk. How many partners the person may have, the type of lifestyle they may have, drug use, you may want to screen more for sexually transmitted infections. And at least all sexually active women should at least be screened once in their lifetime for HIV. And syphilis and hepatitis will again be based on risk. Anybody who's positive for one STI, we always check for HIV. Or if you're HIV positive, you should be screened for other sexually transmitted infections as well. For mammogram screening, it starts at age 40 and up to age 74. Now, every 2 years is the recommended screening. However, in our country, we know that breast cancer is the leading cause of death of women in our country, so we say you screen annually, okay? If your family has what we call the BRCA gene, which is the breast cancer mutation gene, screening should start at age 25 to 30. So if you have a relative, a mother, a sister, an aunt, a grandmother who has breast cancer, your screening starts a lot earlier. And the screening should start 10 years before the first-degree relative had breast cancer. So if your mom had breast cancer at 40, you should start screening at 30. All right, I want to get into the meat of the matter, menopause. So let's embrace menopause, because if God grants us grace to live, we'll all get there, right? So I like these 2 scriptures. One says, the righteous will flourish in the courts of our God. They will still yield fruit in old age. They shall be full of sap and very green. And the other scripture says, even to your old age and gray hairs, I am the Lord who will carry you. So embrace your old age, right? All right, so menopausal years is what we're going to talk about. So let's look at the phases of menopause. So menopause is when you haven't had a period for 12 consecutive months. If you're skipping, you haven't reached menopause yet. You're going through what we call the transitional phase or perimenopause. And once your menses are stopped for 12 months, then we can officially say you're postmenopausal. And there are also tests we can use, blood tests, to help determine maybe which phase you might be in if you're nearing that age of 45 to 55. So the main hormone responsible for some of the characteristics we have as women is estrogen, of course, and another one called progesterone. But with regards to menopause, estrogen is what causes the changes and the symptoms that you're going to experience. So as you get older, your ovaries begin to decline in its function, and it's not producing as much estrogen as when you were young. So it starts out where you have fluctuations in the level. That's what we call perimenopause. So the estrogen levels peak and they go down, and they peak and they go down. And so this is when you start experiencing some of the symptoms. And then once your ovaries stop functioning and stop producing estrogen, you get a rapid decline in estrogen, and the symptoms increase even more. Now, I put here surgical menopause. So some women go into menopause not naturally, but because of surgery. They've had their womb removed along with the ovaries, and once that happens, you will automatically go into menopause. There's not going to be a gradual decline or gradual decrease in your estrogen levels. So what are some of the factors that determine the symptoms? So ethnicity plays a role in who has symptoms and who doesn't. We found in studies that black women tend to have more symptoms than, for example, women of Asian descent. And the reason we think is because either culturally women of Asian descent are dealing with the symptoms better, they don't report them as much, or it's because of their diet. Asians eat a lot of soy. Soy has something called phytoestrogens, so it keeps the symptoms kind of at bay, all right? Diet, like I said, the age of menopause of your mother, you may follow in that same pattern. Weight, persons who are more obese tend to have more symptoms of menopause, and persons who smoke also have either earlier menopause or increased symptoms as well. So these are some of the symptoms of menopause. I'm going to go through most of them. Hot flushes, vaginal symptoms, urinary symptoms, mood changes, weight gain, sexual changes, and changes in your cognitive ability. Some other symptoms include dizziness, hair loss, brittle nails, joint aches, tingling in the extremities, breast pain, and tenderness. So you see there's a lot of things going on in menopause. Now, if you have these symptoms, don't just chalk it up to menopause. See your physician, because a lot of these symptoms could be caused by other diseases as well. So let's talk about hot flashes, also known as hot flushes. Both of them are the same. So this is an intense feeling of heat that starts on the trunk, goes up towards the neck, and then onto the face. You can also get rapid heartbeat, so you feel like your heart is going to pop out of your chest. You feel clammy and sweaty, and you can get cold chills and sleep disturbances as well. Now, hot flashes is the symptoms are very, it affects their quality of life. So it shouldn't be taken lightly. Oh, you're just going through the change, man, just, put on your air conditioner a little higher. No, it's not that simple. Some people actually need treatment for their hot flashes because it's so bad and it disrupts their life. It can occur, it can last from 1 to 5 minutes, and it can be frequently throughout the day, or it could occur through the night. So you telling your husband to turn up the air conditioner, he freezing and you sweating, So, so it's something that we need to look at. So this is something called genital urinary syndrome of menopause. So what happens when the estrogen levels fall, there's changes in the vagina. So there's decreased secretions, there's changes in the appearance of the vagina. It undergoes something we call atrophy, or it shrinks. You get itching, you get irritation, and you can get vaginal spotting or bleeding. I want to put a caveat there, because if you are in menopause and you have vaginal bleeding, that is not normal, right? There are more sinister reasons for vaginal bleeding, such as cancer of the uterus. So don't just say it's because of menopause. You have to be investigated to make sure it's just menopause. And then urinary changes, you could get burning and frequency, urgency, leakage of urine, and also increased urinary tract infections, okay? So some women find that they have to wear pads, like poise pads or different pads, because they're leaking urine, right? All of this is a part of menopause. And then there are psychological changes. So there's anxiety, inability to concentrate. You get something like brain fog. You can't recall certain words. You could get a depressed mood, and then some irritability symptoms as well. and there's no men in here. I know some men might say, but this my wife all the time. But yeah, well, when she go through menopause, expect some more, right? All right, and then there are sexual changes. There's decreased libido because of the lack of the hormones, and there's pain during intercourse. And this is something that should be addressed because it can cause relational issues if it's not talked about. So wives need to talk about it with their husbands. And, you know, sometimes you need counseling as well to determine how to navigate these sexual changes in this phase of life. So how do we embrace menopause? How do we embrace menopause safely? So there's some tips and things that help women go through menopause better. So vaginal symptoms, it's important to use certain things that may help. Vaginal moisturizers and lubricants may help in terms of intercourse and the irritation that's felt in the vagina. And there are many of them on the market, over the counter. And then for some women, they require what we call HRT, or hormone replacement therapy. So it's basically putting back the hormone that's missing, which is estrogen. And there are different forms of estrogen. It's not for everybody. There are some women that are unable to take exogenous hormones because they may have a family history of breast cancer or ovarian cancer, which may respond to estrogen. So for those women, they may not be able to use it. Sometimes the risk may outweigh the benefits. Giving estrogen increases the risk of blood clots in the lungs and blood clots in the legs. So it has to be a balance, and you have to look at every woman individually to determine if she is a candidate for hormone replacement therapy. And then another thing, it may not alleviate all symptoms. So it's the hormone, but it's not naturally what your body makes. So you can't expect to go back to when you were in your youth. It's just to help you with your symptoms. And the reason I said to use HRT is to decrease symptoms and improve the quality of life and decrease the risk of disease, especially when early menopause occurs. Early menopause is from age 40 to 45. So if you're experiencing menopause in that age, we consider that early. So the types of hormone replacement therapy, there are lots of them on the market. They come as implants, sprays, rings, suppositories, pills, patches. The most common ones we tend to use are the suppositories and the patches. The pills tend to increase side effects, so we kind of steer away from that. But we still can use them depending on the age of the woman and depending on her history. One of the best ones, I think, is the patch, because it's easy for women to use. You apply a patch onto the back or somewhere onto the body. It stays on for 3 weeks. You change it and then put on a new one. Or sometimes up to longer than 3 weeks, sometimes up to 90 days before you need to change the patch. Okay? Women who tend to have more vaginal symptoms, dryness, irritation in the vagina, we will offer vaginal suppositories that can be used sometimes up to 12 weeks. And they'll find that it brings more suppleness to the vagina, there's more secretion, so they're more comfortable throughout the day, and they have less of those symptoms. Then there are non-hormonal medications that can be used mostly for the hot flushes. So in medicine, we have a lot of medications that serve a lot of different purposes. So antidepressants and anti-seizure medications, particularly Effexor and gabapentin, we found that they have been effective in decreasing hot flushes in women because it modulates the temperature centers in the brain, so it helps with the control of heat. And then there are some natural herbal remedies that we really don't have studies to say that the benefit is there. However, I don't discourage women if they want to try herbal medications once it's not causing any reaction with maybe other medications that they may be taking. So phytoestrogens, red clover, soybeans, black cohosh, and evening primrose oil are some of the herbal ones you may see on the market to help with menopausal symptoms. And then women in menopause need to ensure that the rest of their health is good. So as you get older, your bones become weaker, so it's important for you to be getting calcium supplementation and also exercise. You want to avoid things that may make menopausal symptoms worse, like coffee, alcohol, and you just, common sense things, layer your clothes properly, stay in cool environments. That will help with some of your symptoms, or at least of the hot flashes. Then, another thing. Yes, sorry. So some women stay on the pill up until age 51 because they don't want to end up with the old age pension baby, right? So, women have come in. I've had women come in at 49, 48, thinking that they were in menopause because they've skipped their periods a couple of months, and hello, hi, you're going to be a mom again. So, some women will stay on the pill until age 51, because 51 is the average age of menopause, and then will come off the pill. And so it helps symptoms as well, because the pill does have estrogen in it, so it may help the menopausal symptoms. Now, some of the downsides to menopause is that there's an increased risk of osteoporosis, because estrogen is responsible for building bone and keeping bone strong. So when it's missing, the bone gets brittle, it gets weak. Heart disease, dementia, loss of muscle mass, and skin changes. So like I said, with the bone, there's an increased risk of fractures. So when older people fall, they get fractures a lot easily. It can occur in the hip, most commonly. And interestingly enough, half of those people will not regain their independence. Half of those people will not regain their independence after they have a fall and a fracture, and a third of those people will die because of complications of the fracture. Bone density scanning is recommended at greater than age 65. It helps to determine the strength of your bone, and it's a simple x-ray. Increased risk of fractures occur after menopause in persons who are obese, who smoke, who drink alcohol, who are tall and thin, and certain medications. And this diagram just shows some of the places, the most common places, women who get fractures after age 50, it will occur. Then our heart disease. So heart attacks, strokes, all coupled with diabetes, hypertension, inactivity, increases after menopause. So estrogen helps to lower what we call LDL, which is bad cholesterol, and it helps increase HDL, which is the good cholesterol. So when estrogen is missing, your risk of heart disease goes up. Men have a higher risk before women reach menopause, and then after 50, it kind of equates in both sexes. Okay, and dementia. So cognitive ability declines with age. I talked about the brain fog and ability to recall words, but that is even, it becomes even worse if you have a family history of dementia, and maybe your parents, then your risk is increased. And sometimes daily tasks may become challenging, or other factors may present where you have dependency on others. But for the most part, for menopause, it's just that brief time of feeling like you can't remember things, you don't know where you put this. Don't get afraid that you're going to end up with dementia. It's probably just because of the hormone fluctuations. And then there's loss of muscle mass and and skin changes. So collagen is lost in the skin, so skin begins to sag, and your nice firm tummy becomes a little loose. That's okay. That's good, all right? So how long do the symptoms last, and when can I stop treatment? So for the most part, symptoms can last anywhere up to 10 years, and that's because symptoms can start in the perimenopausal phase. So it may be 10 years. Rarely does it reach the 20-year mark, and hormone replacement therapy can be used indefinitely for women. All right, so in summary, that wasn't too long, right? So in summary, I would encourage all women to ensure that they're getting their health checkups yearly. When you even miss a year, we can see significant changes in somebody's health and in their screening tests. So make sure you're getting your screening tests yearly. Make sure you understand menopause. Talk over with your physician. If symptoms you're having, don't be shy about it. You be open and honest with all symptoms so that we can address the issues and bring a resolution for your symptoms. Talk with friends. They have a lot of, community groups and chat groups and social media. Talk with friends. You're not the only one experiencing these things, and they can give you tips that may have helped them, that may help you. And lastly, most importantly, pray, read your Bible, and trust in Jesus, right? And I thank you for your attention. I think is there a question section? Yeah, okay, all right. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. The vaccinations for the younger, 9 to 14 or something to that age, has that always been in place or has this just started? Because I'm wondering whether.
Right. So when the HPV vaccine came out, which is quite a while now, maybe 25, 30 years, it's been out a while, it's always started at age 9. It's actually been age 9 to 13 was the only age category. However, as time went on, they found that older women will also benefit from the vaccine, so they extended the age to 45. But it's always been 9 to 13. Now, in our country, when the vaccine first came out, we didn't have it available here, so our young girls and our young boys weren't encouraged to get it. But now that we have it in the public sector, we encourage parents, when they take their children to the pediatrician, to ensure that they get the HPV vaccine, and it's being given in schools as well. They're looking to see that they have their HPV vaccination, like in 6th grade, because that's like your 9, 10-year-olds, 6th grade, before they get into high school. So by that, we're catching a lot of the kids. So because some of these kids become sexually active very early, don't be in the dark, 10-year-olds, 11-year-olds, 12-year-olds. So that's why the age was 9, to catch them before they get exposed to HPV. Yes, ma'am. Yes, so they're making it a part of the vaccination schedule for the kids in school. Yes, ma'am.
Hi. My question is with reference to HPV as well. It's always been kind of a mystery to me, but I heard you said, I've heard it before, that it's sexually transmitted, right? Is it always sexually transmitted when women get cervical cancer? Is it always sexually transmitted?
Yeah, so HPV is always sexually transmitted.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Now, I know we do not live in an ideal world with ideal circumstances, but say you have somebody who has not been sexually active, right? And like say somebody who, whether male or female, they never have sex, they shouldn't have the repercussions of an HPV vaccine. They shouldn't have that.
So if they've had any type of sexual contact, right? So people have their own definitions of, so if they've had intercourse or even oral sex,
Yes.
they can still be exposed to HPV.
Yes.
Anal sex, HPV. So it's not necessarily
It's not
just
the normal
vaginal
way, yeah.
intercourse, yes.
But I mean, any kind of intercourse where you're exchanging bodily fluids.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you mentioned oral,
Yes.
right? What if somebody, I guess it shouldn't go down to the cervix if they get in their mouth.
So oral, they can get oropharyngeal cancers.
Yes.
So they can get cancers of the throat and the mouth.
Yes.
Because HPV will then find its way in those organs and cause
Okay.
those cancers.
Thank you.
So you brought up a good point. HPV doesn't only cause cervical cancer, anal cancer, oropharyngeal cancer, all are caused by HPV. Can all be caused. Not all cases of oropharyngeal cancer, but HPV, oropharyngeal cancer.
Okay, one more question.
Sure.
Piggybacking off of that, another ideal situation. Young lady, no sexual contact, whether oral, vaginal, or whatever, or anal, all right? Young man, same thing. These two somehow find one another, right? What are their chances?
So if nobody's been with nobody here, and this goes back, and we're in a church, this goes back to celibacy, right? If the man has not been with anybody, if the woman has not been anybody, and they come together, then there should be no HPV.
Okay.
There should be no HPV because nobody was exposed. All right?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
So if that is the case, what causes this?
What causes
The
HPV?
Yeah. What causes it?
So HPV is just like one of those viruses.
Yeah,
that-
how is it developed? Where does it come from?
I couldn't tell you where it came from, just like how we don't know where a lot of these other viruses come from, but we know that they exist. Yes, and we know it's sexually. We know it's sexual. We can't say exactly where HPV originated,
Yeah.
but we know that it's a sexually transmitted infection.
Wow. Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
ma'am. That's a difficult question to answer. Like, we kind of know where COVID come from, but we...
What are some of the foods that you can eat where you can increase your collagen level?
Increase your...
Collagen.
Collagen. Okay, so that's an interesting one. I have not found any particular food that increases collagen. We know that hyaluronic acid and those things that you can find in creams and so forth can help.
Cosmetics.
Yes, can help
Yes.
with your skin, right? But a particular food, none comes to mind. Now, there may be something out there talking about different types of food, but we just know that hyaluronic acid is good in terms of skin.
Okay.
Yes.
One last question. How is it that older people, say over 65, when they fall and they fracture a part of their body, it can lead to death eventually?
Right.
What is that?
Right. So what happens is when you get a fracture, you have several things going on. One, your bone has bone marrow in it, right? When your bone breaks, that bone marrow has also fat. That fat can get into the vessels, your vessels, and cause something we call a fat clot or fat embolus. And that fat embolus can travel to the lungs, and it's similar to when you get a blood clot in the lungs. So that's one of the reasons that people can die. Another thing is when they fracture their hip, it stops mobility. So if you're immobile in the bed for long periods of time, several things can happen, especially when you're much older than 65, let's say 70, 80. You're not moving around, increased risk of ulcers, increased risk of getting pneumonia, and not moving around increases the risk of blood clots. So all those things contribute in causing mortality in persons who fall in their older age. Yeah. Okay. I think there's one more question.
I think I'm going through menopause.
Okay.
I'm 54,
Okay.
but I think after I start going through menopause, I start getting eczema. So I was like, wow, you know?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's been going on like maybe a year now.
Okay. Yeah. So like I said,
So-
skin changes can occur too.
But this eczema is so serious. All my clothes and things grease up.
Yeah. So you should see a dermatologist.
I seen a
Okay,
dermatologist.
good.
Yes, I gotta keep my skin moist and stay cool and
Yes, ma'am. All right. I thank you so much.
Let's give Dr. Knowles a round of applause. Okay, Dr. Knowles, we are so grateful for all of the information that we got from you this morning. And this is just a small token to show our appreciation for you taking time out of your busy schedule. You have a business. And so thank you once again and welcome back home. Give her another round of applause. Reverend Ty.
All right. You know, they're putting me to work. I come here to learn. Don't go nowhere, man. We can talk money. Now, who don't want to talk money? Y'all ain't want to talk money. So before we talk money, right? Before I introduce the money man himself, they say we have an icebreaker. And they want me to figure out the icebreaker. So since I got to figure out the icebreaker, you know what we can do, Sister Donna? We can stand and we can sing Smile a While. and give your face a rest. Y'all know that song? No, y'all playing like y'all ain't know that song. So let's stand up before we get the money man ready. And everyone who know me know I can't sing, so if y'all want me sing loud and y'all got a spoiler, y'all better help me. And the one, and the two, and the smile a while, and give your face. Raise your hand to the one you love the best. Ooh, then shake hands with those nearby and greet them with a happy smile. One more time. There you go. Y'all got to sing a little louder. You hear the soprano? Come on now. Where the alto? Bryce, sing also. Then shake hands with those nearby and greet them with a smile. You may be seated. Our next presenter will be none other than a friend and brother of mine, Reverend Mr. Minister, Dr. Bishop Tamiko Bryce. He got more degrees than a thermometer, but he got a master's in administration, a bachelor's in management and accounting, associates in religion and accounting, associates in management, and the rest on him. He got about 30. I ain't gonna call all, so he's very smart. His background spans from private banking, academia, professional development, project management, procurement, financial management, public speaking, business, NGO advisory service, adjunct professor. He lectures on finance, investment, project. I getting short of breath. He is a frequent contributor on a dialogue about leadership, faith, culture, entrepreneurship, relational wellness, civic engagement, ethics, organization and national development. He normally speaks on money. If you broke and you want to make sure your 2 cents can make you 4 cents, this the man to ask the questions too. He gone to school, so we don't have to. So let's ask him the questions, learn as much as we can learn, and move on. Reverend Dr. Minister Tamiko Bryce.
Oh, thanks. Brian, I think we have it. Let me see. All right, good. We have it, Brandon. All right. All right, good morning, everybody. Thank you for taking your time out. Brother Ty, thank you for great introduction. It's different on the next side, so I have to appreciate it when I get on this side. So we want to talk a little bit about money. So my theme is financial fitness, a healthy relationship with money. So I want to talk to you about what's trending, or if the young people would say what's popping. So we have, what's number one? Say it loud. And all inflation means is the cost of things are going what? And sometimes the cost of our pay is going, and that's called stagflation. When the price go up, but the pay does not. And we have a what? Low savings rate. Now, it's an epidemic in the church because we save, but we don't save. That's a conundrum, right? We save, but we don't save. Y'all didn't get that? I would save on a Monday, on a Tuesday, but we don't save, right? And then we have high consumer credit. In other words, you owe a lot. And when I say consumer credit, I'm speaking of vehicles, vacation loans, wedding loans, consumer loans, things that don't help you generate wealth. And then we have something called the what? Sandwich generation. That means that you're taking care of your parents and your children at the same time. So you squeeze in the middle. And most people, I won't say most, a lot of parents find themselves in that situation. So let me illustrate that. Come, when you come. I look at you, yes, come. My late sister, come. Yes. So, you're going to be my parent? So you see what's happening here? I can't move because I have to support this person and support this person in the back of me. This is my parent, this is my child. So our goal is to be able to make sure the parents be straight. So now I could use two hands with the future. That means they could go further. But long as I'm in the sandwich, I'm stuck. So only one hand I could give this child while I take care of my parent. Okay? So that's the sound. Thank you. Thank you. So that's the sandwich generation. The next thing is called the working what? Poor. This is a group of people that they discovered in 2008. They're working, but they're poor. They can't break out the cycle. Some of it is skills, some of it is opportunities, some of it is challenges. But it's a problem because you're working, but not able to move ahead. Because what's happening? For example, if you're renting now, right? 2008, rent may be in for 2-bedroom apartment like $700. It's now almost $1,600 some places. So if you're making minimum wage, it's hard for you to make it. And then you have a looming what? Pension crisis. Because most Bahamians, unfortunately, don't plan for retirement. They plan to retire, but don't plan for retirement. Because what happens when you retire, your income drops. And most of us, our lifestyle don't. Right? So if you experience a 50% drop in your income, but you keep the same lifestyle, well, that's why they say some people retire and some people expire. Like someone say you want to see something funny, you run out of money. So they're too legit to quit. So unfortunately, that's why you see a lot of us in our retirement years doing security work. Because the bills don't stop. Okay? So a lot of people are like, oh, I can't wait to retire. No. If you ain't got it, you can't retire. All right? And you have the what? Boomerang generation. That's for us who are parents. We throw our kids out. And what the kids do? They come right back. The daddy man out there too wrong. They call you back for their room. Right? They tell you they want independence. They tired living in their rules and that. And they right. And they go out there, making a little $400 or $500 a week. When they put up first and last security deposit, light bill, and all that stuff, they mind, hold on now. That room, I can pay the phone bill now, man. I can pay the utility. I put something on it, right? So we have an epidemic. Now, some of it, it's not that the kids are not are bad. It's that that's the reality they face out there. So sometimes you're able to find that you can have a whole family reunion in one yard. Because in some homes you could find the grandmother, the mother, and the grandchildren all living together. They ain't got to go nowhere to see everybody because it's so hard to go outside the house. People tend to stay back one place. And then you have something called what? Artificial intelligence, which means for persons like us, we're learning that AI is impacting our ability to generate money. Because now we're using ChatGPT to write speeches and so forth. So if my skills are not evolving, I could be replaced. So that's a digital challenge. All right, so That's what trending. Remember Alice in Wonderland? In finance, we call that asset limited, income constrained, but employed. You have limited assets. Your income is constrained because you probably have one source of income rather than multiple sources of income. Okay? That means if you're working a job and you only have one source of income, your income is constrained. Now, a lot of people say, I won't be an entrepreneur. Entrepreneurs, we don't get sick leave pay. Right? We don't get no casual days. We don't get no vacation pay. So you got to be careful because at least on a job, you get some things are covered. But they call it Alice because they find a group of people who have limited assets, whose income is constrained, but they're employed. So we call it Alice in Wonderland. So where do we want to go from here? We want to move from all that. We don't want to have one source of income. You don't. You want to have more assets than liabilities. Now, you say, Bryce, I don't have properties, but you may have skills. That's an asset. If you could cook, clean, or you could organize, you could find ways to monetize those skills to generate income. So it don't always have to be physical assets. I don't have properties. So you may have ideas. You could be an event planner. Once you find a service that makes things convenient for someone, they'll pay for it. Remember Craven? Anyone ever used Craven before? Craven. The Craven wasn't, right. Was it around 30 years ago? No, they came around the same time as the pandemic. And now you see them little orange shirts all over the country, right? They provide a service. Okay. Play this video for me, please. Brandon. Play the video. I want you to listen to this video, please. Play. Get play.
In my Jeep because I didn't have enough money. I was homeless. I lived in Lautier Airport in my Jeep because I didn't have enough money. Too much a month at the end of my money. And my mom. I was homeless. I lived in Lautier Airport in my Jeep because I didn't have enough money. Too much a month at the end of my money. And my mom and my dad had a high school education and did the best they could. But my dad was financially illiterate, as you said. He confused making money with building wealth. So the more money we made, the broker we got. The number one cause of divorce in America, money. Number one cause of domestic abuse, money. Number one cause for heart attacks, stress. Number one cause for stress, money. Most Americans don't have $40 for an unplanned event. $400 in the richest country on the planet. This was my story, and...
So this is a well-known financial guru in America. And what he's saying to us is, the number one cause of divorce is what? Money. Number one cause of heart attacks and stress is money. And the medical term is called psychosomatic sicknesses, self-induced. Right? So if you are financially struggling and you're worrying about it, more or less you're going to break down your body. You're going to compound the problem. Mentally, emotionally, and physically. So you find that when people are able to be in a place of peace with their money, they tend to be better physically. So that's why money is important to not just your, why financial fitness is so important to your overall well-being. Now, what he also said is the average American cannot handle a $400 emergency in America. All that TV, all that stuff they got going on, the average American, if something costs $405, they can't pay it. Think about that. Now, when they also look at our bank accounts in the Bahamas, they find that the average bank account in the Bahamas has less than $800. Now, average doesn't mean everybody. It just means the total divided by the population. Most payments don't have less than $1,000 saved. So if they run into something for 1,001, they ain't got it. So, Brandon, click next one, please. Click next. Sorry, the presentation freezed a little bit. Okay. So, here's what we want to talk a little bit about today. Financial planning. Determine your current financial situation. Just like when you went on there and did your pressure check, glucose check, you know where you are currently, you know where you want to be in the future, but you have to know where you are now. A lot of times we are planning for our future, not aware of where we are now, and we're guessing. We think we have this, we think we have that, and that's not reality. So, the first thing you're going to need is a what? Budget. Now, when I say this the most of the times in seminars, people think about budget rental services because they're always traveling. You need a budget. Now, in church, we say we need a blessing. For some of us, we need a what? Say it. Okay? Now, why a budget is important? It's a accountability system. It mirrors your values and your priorities. I can tell what's important by how you spend. So if you tell me you love me and you ain't spending nothing on me, you ain't love me. Yeah, Ms. Bryce? I say it mirrors your values and what? Priorities. So you tell me you love me, you ain't spending nothing on me, I ain't important. Now, it also assesses what? Decisions. So if I look at your budget, number one, if you don't have a budget, then I know that you are not aware of how you're spending and what you're doing with your money. You have an idea in your head, but it may not be accurate. And you have no accountability system. So they say, okay, I made $3,000 this month, how much I spent? You have nothing that shows you exactly what you value and what you prioritize. You may say, I value the kids' education, I value my retirement, but your budget would tell you if that's true or not. Because what you may discover is you value entertainment more than education or your future. And it's a what? Planning tool. By having a budget, I can plan for tomorrow because I know what I'm doing today. Numbers are what? They're not emotional. The numbers are the numbers. It gives you a what? Track and feel. I can look at your budget, I can track how you're spending money, and I get a feel for how you think and how you make decisions, or your psychology on your decision making. And it tells your money where to go instead of what? Wondering where it went. How many times you had like $300 in your pocket and then at the end of the week you're like, what do I do with it? How come I only got $20? We want to break away from that. That's not discipline. You're wondering where the money go. Then you run it saying you probably lost the money or someone take the money. No. You don't have a budget. All right. The next thing is called a balance sheet. You need these three things: a budget, balance sheet. A balance sheet is a listing of all your assets minus your liabilities, gives you a net worth. Now here's the thing. If you have more liabilities than assets, that's negative net worth. That's not a good place to be. If you have assets equal your liabilities, you're neutral. You want to have more assets than what? Liabilities. So you need a balance sheet. It helps you to track interest rates on all your outstanding debts. It helps you to define high debt areas to create targeted repayment strategies. And what do I mean by that? If you have a mortgage, school loan, car loan, credit card, all of them have different interest rates. Now, what happens to us is we're going to look at the minimum payment, right? And so we keep on making the minimum payments, but they're charging higher different interest rates. A balance sheet lets you be able to see the interest rate you're paying. So you know, okay, let me get rid of this credit card. Let me go cash for now because the interest rate is too high. What they discovered is that if you pay with cash, you spend 25% less than with the credit card. Why? Because when you ain't got no more money, you stop spending. But with a credit card, some of us have a credit card limit, say $5,000. You don't walk around with $5,000 cash. You probably walk around with $200-300, right? But that credit card, you have $5,000 credit. So now you could go and, oh yeah, I could afford that. Well, you ain't got to do that no more. It used to be swipe. You just tap. Bing, 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 right? You ain't got to sign nothing no more, no ID, no nothing. So now, because you operate on credit rather than cash, you spend more because of that credit limit. But guess what happens? They charge 19 to 25% interest rate on what you spend. So you end up paying probably 2 times what it really value. Protect your assets. That's where insurance comes in. And understand your overall financial situation before what? Making decisions. You can't keep on making decisions based on feelings. Decisions need to be made on facts. Okay? Don't worry about the phone, man. Let it ring. So, budget, balance sheet, and last thing is an emergency fund. You need some money set aside for a rainy day. Illness, accidents, unemployment, repairs, unexpected bills. We call this a SWAN account. SWAN means what? Sleep well at night. You need to have an emergency fund. So now I just give you BBE, not no BBL. BBE, budget, balance sheet, and what? Emergency fund. Why the emergency is important? If you have emergency fund, you save 3 months if you're single with no dependents and a stable income. You're married and each of you has a stable income. You save for 6 months if you're married with single income, you're a single parent, your job is seasonal, someone in your home is chronically ill, you or your spouse is self-employed, works on commission or has a highly irregular income. So what they say is there's 2 scenarios. You should save 3 months of monthly expenses. That's why if you don't have a budget, you don't know how much money you need every month. The budget would tell you you spend $3,000 a month. So I would save 3 months if I'm in this particular group here, or 6 months. So I'll be between 9,000 and 18,000. I have saved for what? Emergencies. Because if you have a job where you could make 5,000 one month and 2,000 the next, that's irregular. That's variable income. You need to have an emergency fund. So before I do any investing, you need to have an emergency fund first. Now, this is what people make a mistake. They go to make investments without setting this up, and then an emergency comes, and what they have to do? They have to liquidate the investments. And often, when you liquidate before the time, you lose money. So, BBE, budget, balance sheet, and what? Emergency fund. You develop your financial goal. A goal without a plan is just a what? Wish. You should always have 3 types of goals. Short term, these are less than 2 years. The goal is income generation. Medium term, this is 3 to 10 years. And the goal is income enhancement. And then you have long-term goals, 11 plus years, income preservation. You need to develop financial goals. Just how you have physical goals or career goals, you need to have the financial goals in these 3 buckets. What I want to do in 2 years, what I want to do in 3 to 10 years, what I want to do in 11 years, over 10 years. What's the first 2 letters of the word goal? Anybody? Say it loud. And what does it spell? Go, right? You can't achieve any goals unless you're willing to what? First, go. Develop financial goals, short term, medium term, long term. Now, a lot of people, I see some people, listen, I know you're saying, oh, this is a lot of planning. If we believe God is the creator, He did Uranus, He did Pluto, He did Mars, He did Venus, He did Saturn, and what we call them? Say it loud. We call them planets, right? It's like He was saying in the galaxy, planet, 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 planet. But you all don't like plan. We won't be spontaneous, we just want to act. If the man took time, he put it in the galaxy, so that's a planet, planet. Like He's telling you something. Planet. If you spend time planning, you could avoid a lot of mistakes recovering and fixing mistakes. So develop your financial goals. Short term, medium term, long term. Identify alternative courses of action. Let me see if we play. Brandon, audio. Okay. All right, play it now.
Generally, to buy a home, you need 2 incomes. And a lot of people are not in double income homes. So, make up with that boyfriend and girlfriend. Get married. Because that's how you can get a home.
Now, the former minister is saying to get a home, it's best to have 2 what? Incomes. All right? It's easier. All right? Now, he's not saying it's impossible to get it by yourself. It's just easier. And let me tell you why I subscribe to this notion. Our culture, Western culture always seems to promote individual achievement versus Eastern cultures that tend to work together as a group. But look in our country. What one is being more effective? The individuals or groups? In fact, I could call it, if we say the Chinese, you never say Chinese, you say Chinese. Group. You could call other ethnicities, and they're known by group work or working together. But the most part for us as Bahamians, we celebrated doing it by ourselves. We can't even get families to work together. So what he's saying is that with that concept of identifying alternative course of action, he's saying to you, work smarter than harder. If you want to attain a home, you need to have 2 sources of income. And it'll be easier if you're married than if you're single. That's all he's saying. But ultimately, what he's also telling us from a financial point of view is if you learn to work together, it's easier than working by yourself. That's why our forefathers were able to do something called ASU. Now you got to get people, you got to get their blood and everything to do ASU now. But I'm saying before, that was a group thing to work together. Before you had the credit unions, ASU was there to work together, help one another. And on the family islands, it's rare to find anyone with any mortgage. Because here's what happens. Right? They build on commonage land, and then every other weekend someone will come and help them pour the foundation. Now they may take a year or 2 to build a house. Now me and you may get a house in 3-4 months, right? Because we go into the bank. We don't wait that long. But when they build it, most of the times they don't owe anything for it. It takes longer, but it has no liability attached to it. And they work together as a community. So that's the strategy he's talking about there. All right, so evaluate alternatives, right? Assess risk, time, value of money, opportunity cost, life situation, personal values and economic factors. This is the battle right here. See, this is what we want. This is just not going to work. We want growth, but we won't be comfortable. In fact, you hear people say it. I just want to be comfortable. We have high NCDs because of the sedentary lifestyle. That's being comfortable. So, you got to make a decision. Comfort or growth. Now, the thing is, mentally, is when you see you get comfortable growing, that's when you hit the sweet spot. You get discomfortable not growing. But for some of us, we prefer comfort. So we're not prepared to make hard and difficult decisions financially. We're not prepared to sacrifice. And create and implement your financial action plan. I want to play this video, and I want you to listen, and we'll end on this.
The KFC talks are said to be progressing, but in the meantime, workers say the standoff has sent them to the welfare line. It's now day 10 of the closure of the fast food chain, and workers are hoping the process will speed up. Clint Watson reports.
Significant progress made in that early meeting Tuesday at the Department of Labor with KFC management and the hotel union. Although Labor Minister Dion Folks, who's mediating, had to leave for a cabinet meeting, he told ZNS News he left negotiations taking place with Director of Labor Harcourt Brown chairing the talks.
In principle, I think we have movement on all of the major issues. And I think we're very close to bringing a conclusion to this matter at KFC. I impressed upon both sides that the fact that almost 300 Bahamian families are being affected, and we'd like to have an agreement so the stores can open and the employees at KFC can go back to work.
We know progress is being made, if only by the mere fact that KFC is negotiating again, despite saying earlier they would no longer recognize the union.
There's no provision in our law that allows an employer who has given recognition voluntarily to withdraw that. So I made it very clear, and I gave a certificate to the Bahamas Hotel Catering Island Workers Union, certifying them as a bargaining agent, and management is respecting that.
Describing the tone of those negotiations, he says both sides are very mature and respectful.
As usual in these negotiations, the problem is in the detail on each item, and that is what we're trying to work out.
KFC said last week it will not pay employees while stores are closed, but employees are still reporting to work every day. The minister opted not to comment on this as he is mediating talks and wanted to remain neutral. Some employees have sought assistance from the Department of Social Services in the form of food stamps and financial aid during this period.
Whatever assistance that we can give to the workers at KFC from the Department of Social Services, I've instructed my officers to assist. Obviously, we'll have to follow the regulations.
Now, the minister is hoping these employees won't need any long-term assistance. In fact, he's optimistic that real soon they can come to an agreement and solve this matter, as they did with customs and immigration officers. Clint Watson, ZNS News.
Okay, so quick question. In that particular clip, how long they was on strike for? Anybody can recall the length of time? Anybody? Just you have an idea? 2 weeks? I'll give you 2 weeks, but it was 10 days. They was on strike for 10 days. And how many families were impacted by that 10-day strike? Say it loud. 200? You know? 500? 300? So 10 days and 300 families were impacted. Not 300 families, but 300 people were impacted. But what they needed after 10 days? Food, stamps, and financial aid. Let me repeat that. After 10 days, 300 people were impacted by that strike, but they end up having to go to the government for food stamps. Food stamps means food, they get food and financial aid. They're making money, right? And they working? They selling food and they working, they making money. But they can't survive 10 days. Unfortunately, that clip is reflective of a problem in our culture that most people cannot survive 2 to 3 weeks without income because they have nothing saved. You think all them people who are at KFC are non-Christians? You think all of them is non-Christians? Some of them are Christians. Some of them pray like me and you. But we don't plan. We don't prepare. And so that, unfortunately, is an epidemic we face in our country where, because of the lack of savings, people cannot sustain themselves for 10 days. So, I want you to look at this little financial checkup. It's 10 questions. I'll read it to you. And the points are, if you can say yes, you get 3 points. If you do not know, you get 1 point. If it's 0, if your answer is no, you get 0. All right? So, here's the questions. I save 5% or more of my income per month. No, I ain't asking you to tell me. I just want you to see. Right? It's a financial checkup. I can account for 9% of what I earn. We get a yes on that? All right. Okay. I thought I'd do that now. I saved for my last vacation. Okay. You ain't gonna borrow for that. I have life insurance to take care of my family. I know some people say they don't believe. All right, and if you do, Brother is here. I know because a lot of people say, I don't believe in insurance. All right. If I lost everything in a fire or hurricane, I'll fully recover. That means your house insured. Immediately means that you can recover. Now, you could have house insurance as well as you may have some savings. The point is you could recover. Okay. With my pension money, my standard of living will not deteriorate. Huh? Repeat it? Okay. With my pension money, my standard of living will not deteriorate. Now, I already see some people talk to me before about the NIB, when they give them 400, 800, and so they know that that's not sustainable. That means you have no other source of money in terms of pension. Okay. Well, deteriorate, let me why I say deteriorate. It means that your lifestyle, when you was working, you here. When you stop working, you ain't got no savings, nothing planned. You done glam up, you done wild out. You got all them pictures and everything. Now, you're on NIB and you're down here. Because that's all you got. That means your lifestyle deteriorate.
Don't let it be you, just see me.
No. He worked with me today. I know it's a strong word, Sister Vanna, but my point is to show you that there's a distinct change. It ain't no gradual change. It's like you fall off the cliff. Okay, let me go through it. Okay. My debt service ratio is below 40%. Now, what that means is simply this. How much I make, how much I owe divided by how much I make, is it less than 40%? So, for example, if I owe $2,000 but I make $6,000, my debt service ratio will be 33%. But if I make $6,000 and my debt service and I pay $4,000, my debt service ratio is what? 66%. But for some of us, we make $6,000 and our our debt obligation may be $5,000. In some cases in the public service, ain't nothing left. They max out. Now, why is this important, folks? It's difficult to retire owing a mortgage. It's a recipe for disaster to retire owing a mortgage. For some people, mortgage is 30 to life. It's supposed to be for 30 years, but it continues for life because they don't pay it. And a lot of people don't tell you the truth, but I'll tell you the truth. At these funerals, for a lot of people, they're crying not about who gone. They're crying about what's left behind. Bills. That's what they're crying, don't leave me now. Anyhow. Okay. I have at least one investment that's making money. Now, I ain't talking about your job. That's your salary. Do you have any stocks? Do you have any bonds? Real estate. Now, when I say investment, I'm saying it's making money for you. You're not working for it. A side hustle is all right, but that means you're working for that. You need something that works for you without you putting effort into it. So sometimes it may be that you don't always have to start a business, invest in other people's business. You get the returns. If I lost my job today, I could survive my savings for at least 3 to 6 months. But I guess I should have said something there. Everyone going quiet. If I lost my job today, I could survive on my savings for at least 3 to 6 months. All right. Last thing, I have health insurance I can keep when I retire. Okay. So here's my point. When you answer those questions, if you're 26 to 30, okay, you're excellent. 20, 25, you're good. 15, 19, marginal. 10 to 15 is bad. And below 10 is what? Dangerous. All right. Thank you very much. Brother Ty?
All right, so thank you all so much. Reverend Bryce, thank you for your contributions. And as a small token of our appreciation, we give you some things. If you ain't want it, I can carry it. Thank you again for the knowledge you offered.
Thanks so much.
All right, so let's give Reverend Bryce a hand again for his time, treasures, and talents. We'll be trucking right along. I don't know if you've noticed that there's an increasing number of persons walking our streets. And when we look at them, we try to figure out how did we get there. And some of us are stressed out and our minds are running all over the place, whereas if we're not careful, but by the grace of God, there goes us too. So coming to protect us from ourselves mentally. Where y'all getting this mental health? We need mental health. People going crazy. So coming to help us learn a little bit more on our mental health and mental state is Dr. Sean Knowles. He is a former physician of Sandilands Rehabilitation Center, where he worked for 10 years. He was born in Freeport, Grand Bahama. I love Freeport. Dr. Knowles is the youngest of 8 children, and he is an exceptionally proud of his Long Island, Abaco, Eleuthera, and Andrew Shute. He's from all over the Bahamas. And Dr. Knowles, he come watch you come and I trying to talk till you reach. Dr. Knowles enjoys weightlifting. Don't mind him, calm and cool and collective. He is kickboxing certified, and he is a traveler. So let's clap our hands as we welcome Dr. Knowles.
Good morning. Now, I sent my PowerPoint earlier. I don't know. Do I have it loaded up? There you go. Okay, thank you. All right, good morning again. Very delighted to be here today during your health fair. Very, very important that we have these health fairs because this is a means of saving lives. I believe in preventative medicine, and plenty of our people are perishing for a lack of knowledge. And so during this time, and it's very difficult for me to talk to you about mental health in half an hour, but I'm going to try and respect the time as best as I can. And with that being said, then we will get started. Okay. There we go. All right, so very important initiative, ladies and gentlemen. Every mind matters. Every one of us, from Abaco all the way down to Inagua, we have to start looking at mental health from a national point of view because our people are suffering because of the lack of mental health that's being emphasized. And so every life matters. This month of May is actually Mental Health Awareness Month. And so on the very last day of the month, I have this opportunity to speak with you about mental health. And so with the stigma that we're dealing with, and we have still quite a lot more to do in breaking the stigma, but I believe that the best weapon against stigma or to break stigma is education. Again, remember that I said people are perishing for a lack of knowledge. And so what I would like to talk to you about in the next half hour, I'll give an introduction, mental health, suicide, depression. If I have time, I'll touch on substance use. And then I'll give my final point. And so throughout the presentation, I'm going to talk to you about self-care. So stay with me, please. Don't let me lose you. All right, so my introduction. This is one of my favorite verses in the Bible, and I came to appreciate this during the time I was at the Sandlands Rehabilitation Center. It's taken from 2 Timothy 1:7, and it says, God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind. Ladies and gentlemen, give God thanks every morning when you wake up with a sound mind. Philippians 4:6-7, and we take it for granted. Do not be anxious about anything, but in every situation, by prayer and petition, with thanksgiving, present your requests to God, and the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus. I've made up in my mind, ladies and gentlemen, that I refuse to be anxious about anything anymore in my life as I get ready to enter the 50s. All right? And so this is something I've realized anxiety is what's crippling a lot of us as people. And so I've made up a purpose in my mind. I'm not worrying about anything, because at the end of the day, worrying destroys your body, both physically and spiritually. So when I talk about health, health is the absence of both mental and physical diseases. Wellness is the lifestyle. It's not going to happen automatically that you're going to be healthy. You have to put in the effort. You have to put in the work for it to be so. And so mental health is a state of well-being in which you realize your potential. Number 2, you can cope with the normal stresses of life. Number 3, you can work productively and fruitfully. And last, but by no means least, you can make a contribution to your society. Why is it important? I'm just going to simplify this for you. If someone is acting strangely, ladies and gentlemen, it goes to say that their mental health is compromised. Thoughts lead to feelings, feelings lead to action. Mental health impacts each one of those areas. I need you to remember that, because if someone in your life that you know is acting strangely, go to the root of the problem. The root of the problem is something is happening to them mentally. I'm trying to save someone's life here. So mental health encompasses emotional, psychological, and social well-being. When we have a mental illness, it's a disturbance in your thoughts, your perceptions, and in your feelings. Health and well-being are more than just the absence of an illness. It encompasses physical health, safety, social, emotional well-being, spiritual well-being, and a subjective sense of overall well-being. Being socially and mentally or emotionally well will lead to you having a better quality of life. You will have the physical health, the quality of life, and you can feel a sense of accomplishments, achieving your goals. This is very, very critical. This is where a lot of our young people, this generation Z, as well as this generation Alpha, they're not having the best childhood experiences. Early childhood experiences have lasting and measurable consequences, and therefore it fosters emotional well-being from the earliest stages of life. Is very, very important in someone's overall health and well-being. And I'm going to demonstrate that a little bit more. If a child, and if some of you under the sound of my voice are honest with yourselves about the way you were raised and the trauma that you would endure, if it is not there, this is what can happen. A child can grow up into an adult developing anxiety, mood disorders, risky behaviors like substance use, being promiscuous, the violence that's out there, even having chronic and acute conditions, because the mind and the body work together, and it can lead to premature death. It's an important indicator for society's overall well-being. And if you haven't realized it by now, mental health and physical health go hand in hand. God forbid one of us is told that we have stage 4 cancer, be it prostate for men or breast for women. You can imagine the toll that will have on you. Based on the data that we know globally from the World Health Organization, 1 in 4 persons will be impacted by mental illness in their lifetime, meaning either they have a mental illness or someone they love, be it a spouse, a child, some relative, is suffering from mental illness. And as of 2023, we recognize that 1 in 8 persons have a mental illness worldwide. And that 1 in 8 translates to close to 1 billion people. And the Bahamas is by no means an exception. What is concerning, though, is the fact that only 2% of our resources are allocated for mental illness. And the same is within this country as well. We do not have enough mental health resources to sustain the growing demand of people with mental illnesses. In terms of adolescents, 5 to 16, that number can range anywhere from 14 to 20% of our adolescents, 5 to 16, who are struggling with mental health challenges. The data is sparse. Kids don't know how to describe what they're feeling. They're not being taught the importance about mental health, and so a lot of our kids just suffer in silence, and it may even be demonstrated in terms of what their action. Remember I said, someone is acting strangely, go to the root of the problem, which is most likely their mental health. Sorry you can't see this graph very clearly, but this is a very, very powerful graph that was written in the molecular psychiatry for 2023. The point it's showing is that look at the various mental illnesses that start from childhood. The yellow, the first part that you can't see, represents anxiety. A baby can develop anxiety even when it's in its mother's womb. Further to that, growing up, children develop anxiety. You give a toddler to a stranger, they develop stranger anxiety. I do not recommend you giving a toddler to someone that toddler does not know, because it's going to start a plethora of issues in terms of anxiety. Allow the child to grow on to that person, as opposed to forcing that child to be with someone they don't want to be with, and they're crying, they're screaming. It's setting the stage for them developing early onset anxiety disorders. But look at ages 10 through 20. Mood disorders, substance use, eating disorders, obsessive compulsive disorders, just to name a few. The effects of trauma. Too many of our kids are growing up in a traumatized state, in an environment where there's constant trauma, abuse, neglect. Even in terms of household dysfunction, someone living with a mental illness in the home who's not getting help. Fathers incarcerated. As of the end of April, there were over 1,500 or 1,550 men incarcerated in the Bahamas Department of Correctional Services, compared to close to 60 women. What does that mean? Well, fathers are incarcerated. Husbands and boyfriends, persons who are expected to help to contribute to taking care of the kids are not in the home. They're locked up. So all of that, along with the mother being abused violently or verbally, physically, substance abuse, even divorce can traumatize a child, causing them to end up developing mental illnesses. And so we need to rethink mental health in this nation, Mr. Moderator, as youth mental health. Mental disorders are chronic diseases of the young. You're going to get that one later when you go home. And that includes in the Bahamas. This is my mentor, Dr. David Allen, who has taught me an incredible amount about mental health and mental illnesses. And this is what he said. He said that a hurt child is a dangerous adult. Again, I need you to get this. A hurt child is a dangerous adult. We have kids growing up in homes where they're being molested, where there's incest, particularly on the family islands. Nobody's doing anything about it. These are people growing up to become hurt adults, and they end up becoming dangerous, not only to themselves, but also to other people. So all I can say, as we hear this beautiful sanctuary, may the good Lord help us. So the lack of mental health education in schools is very shocking. Again, there is a direct correlation between mental illness and violent crimes we're seeing. There is no health without mental health. I would like for you to say it. There is no health. Let's say it one more time. If you remember nothing else, that I want you to have in your cerebrum. There is no health without. Your mental health is just as important as your physical health, and Remnant Tabernacle, I am begging you to now start looking after your children. As young as a baby, cultivate a sense of mental health and well-being in our children. So suicide and depression. Suicide, from the Latin word self-murder, WHO defines it as the act of deliberately killing oneself. There can be up to 800,000 people who commit suicide annually around the world. Men have the higher rate, by a ratio of 1 female up to 4 men in terms of successful suicide acts. And this is staggering. Someone who is suffering from depression is 20 times more likely to die by suicide than someone who is not depressed. 20 times more likely to die by suicide. In terms of global stats, it's the 4th leading cause of death in persons 15 to 29. there can be up to 25 suicide attempts that we don't hear about. We only tend to hear about the actual suicide that would have been committed. Women have more attempts, and as I've said, men have the higher ratio. The STEP survey done in 2018 noted that on 6 islands, New Providence, and including New Providence, including 6 other family islands, or 6 other islands, persons 18 and over, 17,000 Bahamians wanted to commit suicide in 2018. Why is it? Finance, same issues with dealing with it. It's like we have our head in the sand, like the ostrich. Financial stress, emotional stress, family stress, untrue mental illnesses, same issues. We're still dealing with today, post-story and post-COVID-19. So we desperately need a part 2. I have not seen much being done while suffering, while the crime continues, while persons continue to live a poor quality of life. And so part of the onus is on you, ladies and gentlemen, is when you get this knowledge, you do something about it to do your part to let's save someone's life, possibly your own. Does that make sense? Because I'm tired of presenting, and I'm not seeing much people doing much to make changes happen. All right? So the men and the boys in your life are high risk. Very, very high risk. Make no mistake about it. A lot of it has to do with how we have been raised and how we as men are expressing ourselves. We look like we saw, all the other nonsense. We're training our children just like our own boys. And so the reality is that coming here and who is going to happen, who is going to first, it's the same way for past men. So, you ladies, I expect you to encourage your grandsons, your sons, your husbands, your boyfriends to talk. Get us to talk, and especially recognize that we're not acting the same way. Once a male is doing issues, no drink, smoke, go on, maybe not stop, or let us step out of the line. All these things we are looking for to try to help us internally deal with issues of racism. Once a man makes up his mind that he's tired of life, be careful someone who's always saying I'm tired. What are you tired of? Tired of living? Is he tired? Are you going to be tired? Once a man makes up his mind that he's done his life, so to make sure that happens by all the suicides we've had this year, I think it's about 6, have been all men. One of your questions, young ladies, who walk up the distance on the island, something you should go. That's very suspicious. Question about a possible suicide. But nonetheless, a male will end his life once he decides that he's done with living. Women involved in increases depression, life conflicts, domestic violence issue, child abuse, both men and women. Protective factors, then it's surprising the majority of pure persons in there are women. That happens classically, unless they're seeking some sort of mentality. People all take more pride in terms of getting help, helpful behaviors, or strong social networks. One reason why women live longer than men. Because you make sure that you are in tune with what's happening, and you don't think that happens to you while you go to the doctor. We men, that's not important to talk about that. My identity is today. There's a growing population in our society with LGBTQ, and I'm glad I'm in a sanctuary in the church to talk about this, because again, we can't keep our heads in the sand. I'm not asking you to accept the lifestyle, I'm asking you to love the person. Hate to sin, that's prefer that, but to love the person. But the LGBTQ person who are about persuasion, we're in risk for mental health conditions, twice as likely to feel depressed, suicide rates are higher, and a lot of my young people now in the UK, the country going to the US, Trump changing the laws, they're following. Because Canada, other parts of the world, That's how I would describe depression. Looks nice and beautiful on the top, but look inside, it's a monster. And generally speaking, in our society, people look sad when they're depressed. It's hard for some of us to really show the fake smile, although we do not have this. However, you can have someone smiling in your face and saying to God, I'm going to commit suicide. I've seen it. So you cannot just go by the way that a person looks to determine if they're suicidal. Christians struggle with depression, anxiety, and mental health issues as well. Christians have died of COVID-19. Christians have died of cancer. So the Bible says that some people in the church think that Christians are not supposed to have mental illness. Whether or not you accept that, again, to the Christians that have their head in the sand. The reality is, in the Bible, when you use the Bible, Elijah was depressed. Naomi was depressed. His final moments when he said, Father, why am I seeking you? Jesus Christ was depressed. So sleep deprivation is a red flag. Someone is not sleeping, especially in the Bahamas. Do not go beyond 3 days getting that person down. One study noted that persons who were for half hour, even had depression in the full form, were still suicidal if they were not getting at least 7 hours of sleep every day. What as we as adults, the minimum that some of the brain, and we've never been able to get them back to where they were prior to the nuclear. Not something to play with or even experiment with. Fentanyl is still an issue in this country. The point I want to drive is that look at the amount of fentanyl, that's all that's needed to kill someone. And we've had persons who have died from fentanyl overdose in Bahamas, as for the word Bahamas in its voice. What else? Molly's on the rise again, party drug, people experiment with it, go to parties, using these substances, see people who are dealing with that. Cigarettes, tobacco bars, black and mild, PPs, all of that stuff, not harmless at all. Vaping is now a thing. Vaccines are young people think it's cool, think it's harmless. Vaping is very dangerous for a whole lot of reasons. And so the vaping, the smoking, the drinking, especially when it's chronically, can lead to premature death as well as all of the other health issues. So one thing that I would like to see, and I've been challenged on this, I'd like to see us have a law in the Bahamas where nobody puts alcohol or marijuana when they legalize it, it's coming, or cigarette, unless they show proof with an ID that they're 24 and over. Even persons who are 21 and over who are giving persons younger than 24 alcohol or marijuana or whatever, there needs to be kind of things in place to address that. Second fact is back to suicide. Second fact is being on medication, warranted, having social support, being involved in a church group, being a parent, advocacy for pain, advocacy for any substance use, and advocacy if you have been admitted to a mental health institution, ensure that you get continuous treatment. One thing I have found out in asking why do not go with the complete suicide, several times said to me, oh, I'm scared I was going to go to hell, I would die and go to hell. So that's a protective factor in my book. How do you treat someone dealing with a mental illness? You treat the whole person. We call that a biopsychosocial spiritual approach. So biologically, as to the genetics, 60% of your, or 60% of persons with a mental illness we recognize through their genetics. If you look at certain families, you may call it generational person. You may look at certain families and see why is almost half the family on substances or alcoholics, or why half the family look like they all, I won't say crazy. It could be due to a genetic disposition. Medications fall in that category as well. We have our talk therapy, social issues need to be addressed. Relationships, housing, unemployment, those things are not addressed. Moderator said people walk in the streets, well, part of that has they have nowhere to live. And when things happen, they're relapsing, they're not well mentally, because their social issues aren't being addressed. Spirituality, thinking about it. So, know your family history. Right? If your grandmother suffered from mental illness, it's no shame. But what is going to happen, and what I see happening is skipping a generation, it's going to the grandson. So at 16, 17, he's acting out, only to find out that indeed it's due to him having a genetic disposition. So medications like selective inhibitors are very beneficial. They help depression and anxiety. Those are just a few of them, and the ones that are highlighted in red can be given to children 8 and over if warranted. Talk therapy, you need more psychologists, go to a counselor or therapist when you feel sad or overwhelmed. Should be as normal as going to the doctor. So
happened at school, you know, and she said that she called the teacher after she found out, and the teacher told her that she was not aware of it, you know, but she was going to deal with it, speak with the principal, and she'll get back to her on it. So I'm just wondering, why would 8-year-olds be vaping? I mean, they're primary school kids. Why would they be doing that at school?
Absolutely. So I would have worked with several schools already for that same issue. 4 private schools, 3 government schools referred to me. It's much more common than we realize. What bothers me is a child, an underage kid, can go into a Chinese establishment and buy a vape and nobody asks questions. All right? It's the fact that we have this kind of slackness that's going on. And not only do we have the nicotine vapes, we have the THC vapes, I'm understanding that's available. THC is the marijuana, psychoactive component. And you have girls and boys who are now vaping, doing it in the locker room, doing it in the bathroom. All right? One father, his son was in private school, he was shocked, had no idea his son went to a Chinese establishment. At 13, bought a vape, was vaping, bought his friends involved at this particular private school. And so that's what's happening. So they're developing not only early addiction, those vapes are damaging the respiratory tract, setting them up to having diseases, possibly cancer, depending on their chronic use. It's affecting their brain. It's causing them to not act normally because, especially with the THC, you start hearing voices, you start seeing things, and you get agitated, aggressive towards family members. And so this is what we're up against. The question is, what are we going to do to put measures in place to help our people? I've already told you the age. And so now I can only hope that the Ministry of Health and Wellness and our government puts policies in place. But the vapes is a common thing, and like I said, even kids taking alcohol home to school, putting it in their thermoses and drinking it. Teachers are seeing the red eyes, smelling this alcohol, and of course having to act on it. So a lot I can tell you about it, but the question is, what are we going to do now to save our young people? Yeah. So I pray for her.
We have time for one more question. You have a question?
Doc, is there anything addressed about not only the vaping, but they are putting the drugs in the candies and the chips, and the kids are doing that? Edible.
So yeah, marijuana. So we have it in the brownies, and you could put so much of that in a piece of brownie. Can have so much of the THC. That's the first thing. The second thing is you're eating it. It tastes good. You could eat a whole lot of it, and what will end up happening is eventually you will start hearing voices. You will start having a psychotic episode. And so even in these gummies that you see, again, I make reference to people going to Florida, trying these things for the first time. The number one producer of those synthetic marijuana is China. One pack may have maybe 2% THC, another pack can have as much as 70. So someone taking that one with 70%, that's going to shoot right into the brain, and they're going to end up hallucinating, hearing voices, developing anxiety. And like I said, some persons have not been able to get them back to where they were for the first time prior to the insult to the brain. So edibles are very dangerous.
Last one.
They sell the BDs too, right?
BDs, yep. Yeah. They sell the BDs, they sell the alcohol, they have the vapes inside there, yeah. I'm calling it what it is. Giving them licenses, to operate, and where are they going? They're going into the area, the lower socioeconomic areas, right? The target people, that's how come they're becoming rich. All right. No disrespect, I don't mean to sound like I'm racist or anything, but I will not support the Chinese in this country. And I don't mean to say that disrespectfully, because they don't care about us as black people.
So, now for those, we just want to say on behalf of the Remnant Tabernacle Chris, we appreciate your labor of love, we appreciate the time that you spent. And when you're meeting over about how I hope you're open to coming out and conversation with you.
Well, we love to get me in time.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
I pray that God continues to bless you and keep you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Ministries is inviting you to spring into health at the church's grounds, 309 Carmichael Road, Saturday,
Our
May
next
31st,
speaker
2025. It's going to be a day packed with
Dr.
knowledgeable speakers,
Teresa
including
Clark.
Dr. Gregory Pinto,
Dr. Clark
prostate health, Dr. Norad
native
Morgan,
of the
sexually
Nassau,
transmitted
Bahamas,
diseases,
and
Dr.
presently
Shantalasha
a
Knowles,
physician
women's health,
scientist.
Dr. Sean Knowles, mental
Is
health,
employed
Mr.
at
Tomiko
a
Bryce,
psychometric
financial fitness, Dr.
clinic.
Theodore Ferguson, colon cancer and colon health, and others. There will also be health screenings, fitness challenges and activities,
clinic
food
reader
competitions, prizes, surprises,
Brainstorm
giveaways,
Medical
and
Research
more.
in the neurological division. Renstar Medical Research is a research site located in North Central Florida, specializing in Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease. A graduate of Cornell Medical School, Dr. Clark is a surgically trained physician assistant with an early career aspiration of combining clinical research with medicine. She obtained a Bachelor of Medicine, Bachelor of Surgery, equivalent to Doctor of Medicine, followed by a PhD in Biomedical Science from University of Science and Art and Technology of Montserrat in 2014. With over 20 years of medical experience and knowledge, Dr. Clark has worked in various aspects of surgical and medical settings to include urology, oncology, and endocrinology. CEO of East Hill Medical Clinic in South Carolina for several years, her focus was treating the health and wellness of patients diagnosed with diabetic, whatever this is, type 2. Sorry about that. My eyes are not on me. Further studies lead to PhD thesis work on the correction of diabetes in Alzheimer's patients. Dr. Clark is a member of the Free Clinics of America, Immunology Society, American Society of Biometric Physicians, and Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority, Inc. Excuse my nervousness, but Dr. Clark is a high school friend of mine, and I was just told just a minute ago that I was going to be introducing her. Most of all, Dr. Clark is a 1970-something graduate of St. Anne's High School. So welcome the Blue Babes of St. Anne's, Dr. Teresa Clark.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here. And Tim, I'm surprised too that you introduced me. But yeah, we graduated back in 70-something. Actually, we were class of 77 at St. Anne's. Okay. Anyway, it's indeed a pleasure to be here. I just ran into Tim, I think it was last week, and I've only been here for about maybe a week. And I told him that if he knew of any persons who may be interested in having the Alzheimer's presentation done, to just give my card. By the time as I got home from that event, I had gotten a call from Dr. Bodie, and she said, we have an event that's coming up Saturday. you by chance have any time? Yes, of course. So I'm here. All right. So where's my little clicker? All right, I think I'll look straight ahead. So, next slide. Like Tim said, I am a physician scientist. I have been studying Alzheimer's disease for the last 10 to 12 years now, basically from a clinical research perspective. So I were in the trench work of helping to create the next medication that's hopefully approved by the FDA for the treatment of Alzheimer's. So a lot of our persons that participated in clinical research, majority of them really didn't look like me. They were more of the Caucasian descent, and we wanted to include a lot of, people of color. But in the United States, because of their stigma to clinical research, because of what had happened in the past, it's very difficult to get individuals of color to participate in clinical research. So whenever we are testing or doing an investigational drug with medication, we have to just use what we have, more or less. All right? So the data that's there, is what we use. So there's just so much to tell you about Alzheimer's, so I will have to put this into a nutshell. Okay. So there's so much that, to tell you about Alzheimer's, but I'm going to give you the basic of what you need moving forward. So my next slide, hopefully within this short talk that you would be able to know the difference between Alzheimer's, dementia, the symptoms. I'm also going to talk about some of the treatments as well as ways in which we can prevent Alzheimer's or dementia. So get your pens and paper ready because it's going to be a nice wild ride. So it's going to get, I cannot change my slides. So I have to wait for those above me to do that. So in the meantime, we have quite a bit of medications on the market now for Alzheimer's, basically that treats the symptoms, not the disease itself. If there's nothing that you take away from this talk, I want you to know the difference between Alzheimer's and, Alzheimer's and dementia. That words have been used interchangeably quite often. Everybody thinks that Alzheimer's and dementia is the same thing. If you take nothing away from this talk, Alzheimer's and dementia are not the same thing. Okay? So to define what dementia means, dementia is a term that describes a group of symptoms that affects the brain, be that in memory loss, thinking, or behavior. Okay? Next slide. Again, dementia is a set of symptoms that basically detects or denotes loss of memory, thinking, behavior, and judgment. Next slide. If you were to open up an umbrella, next slide, instead of putting the word dementia on that umbrella, put the word cancer. Because the word cancer, you would say if somebody comes up to you and say, well, you know, John Doe has cancer. So what would be the next question that you would ask them? Without, you know, not too much wanting to probe, you know for sure that if he has cancer, there's some type of abnormality or abnormal growth that's occurring somewhere. So your next question to them will be, what kind of cancer is it? Because the word cancer means there's some type of abnormal growth, but you don't know where it is. But for sure, it is somewhere in the body. Could be kidney, could be brain, stomach, blood, bone, etc. So the term dementia is a group of symptoms meaning decrease in cognitive ability. Something is happening. So dementia, like I noted, is a group of symptoms, and it affects thinking as well as memory. We know for sure that it's affecting the brain. Next slide. So some of the symptoms of dementia are, besides memory, thinking, behavior, we also have changes in their lifestyle, you know, changes in their ability to not continue to do the normal things that they would. All right? Some of them would also unable to, for instance, if they have been an accountant for many years, all of a sudden they just cannot carry out that ability. All right? Some of those normal activities that they would do, they tend to do less of it. Next slide. So the next question you would ask, so I know what dementia is, so what is Alzheimer's? Next slide. Alzheimer's is a progressive neurodegenerative disease affecting the brain. It is more common after the age of 65, but we are beginning to see it as early as 43. I would say that because I started doing memory testing in the Bahamas probably about a year ago. I would come over every month and I would do memory testing. And I end up seeing a patient in Freeport, but that's the earliest I've seen it. He was 43 years old. I've also seen it in individuals at the early age of 55. And you would ask yourself exactly, why so soon? Because we think that Alzheimer's, or the Bahamians would say Alzheimer's disease, only affect old people. That don't happen no more at all. Next slide. We're seeing it quite early now. Okay, next slide. There are types of dementia. All right? Like I noted to you, there are types of cancer, there are types of dementias. There are 400 types of dementias. Some of them are reversible, and some of them are not. The most common type of dementia is Alzheimer's. 50 to 70% of persons with dementia has Alzheimer's. That's the most common. The second most common is vascular dementia. That is the most common type of dementia, particularly in people of color, African Americans and Black Caribbean. In a study that I was involved in, we would get 1 or 2 persons of color to participate in clinical research. They would have symptoms as if they have Alzheimer's because of the memory, the thinking, the forgetfulness, change in behavior, etc. And we have to do further studies to guarantee that these persons do have Alzheimer's. Among many things, we would do a blood test, and we would also do a lumbar puncture, where we would take fluid from the lower part of the back and examine it. And the persons of color did not have those proteins that normally would appear in a person that has Alzheimer's. So we started to conduct our own research for people of color. And we noted that they have vascular dementia. That's the most common type of dementia here in the Bahamas, here in our family islands. And that type of dementia is due to either a stroke, hypertension, or simple dehydration, period. That type of dementia is controllable and it's preventable. The third most common type of dementia is a dementia called Lewy body dementia. It is difficult to treat and it's difficult to diagnose because of its presentation. It will present as if the person has Parkinson's, which is a movement disorder. The tremor, they walk with their legs wide in order to balance, and they also will present in combination to that movement disorder, Alzheimer's symptoms. Okay? That's the third most common. The fourth most common is frontal temporal lobe dementia. That's the one that Bruce Willis has. Difficult to treat, difficult to diagnose. Bruce Willis most times is unable to do something that's so basic. He's unable to just plan his day because of that type of dementia. We're not sure exactly what frontal temporal lobe dementia is caused by. We're still working on it. Next slide. But the other types of dementia includes some of which that are reversible, like vitamin B12 deficiency. If you're lacking in vitamin B12 deficiency, it's like your brain is foggy, you can't think, inability to sleep due to something very simple. But the other things that is even more simpler is dehydration. I've been home for about a month now, after spending at least 30 plus years in the United States as a physician and a scientist. So I'm fully home. It is hot here. OMG. I see why so many individuals have hypertension, because the blood is so thick it can't flow. I can see why you can develop a clot. You're not taking in enough water. And that's why vascular dementia is so common among us. While I am, back in the United States, I would always get the newspaper, particularly on Thursday, and I'm just amazed as the amount of persons that are in the obituary. That thing is up to like 38 pages. And the ages of these persons. Two things I'm concerned about: the age of the persons and where they died. Most of them are in hospital. Has to be preventable death. Just have to be. It's just baffling to me. So we have other types of reversible reversible dementia, including if you have a thyroid problem, be that hyper or hypo, you can present to your physician as if you're going crazy. They would walk in there and say, I feel as if I'm going crazy. That's key. There are persons who would end up in the psych ward because they felt as if they were just going out of their minds, particularly a woman. And I would calmly say to them, no, you're not going crazy, and I'm not going to admit you to the psych ward tonight. Let's do some blood tests. And the first test that I want to do on you is a thyroid function test. Do a thyroid function test, it's off. Fix it, put it in hospital for a couple of days, fix it, new person. Just basic, all right? Unlike the physician said just before me, everybody's not crazy. There's an underlying problem as to why they're acting the way that they do, and some of which are fixable. Okay, next slide. So there are times when a person can present with dementia just by the side effect of a medication. It's like, you've been taking this medication for years, and then all of a sudden, it's like, what's happening? I can't think. I'm being forgetful. It might have been a medication probably that you just started. And if you can, try to figure it out, particularly of you, any of you who may be caregivers of persons who, have been diagnosed with dementia or Alzheimer's, you just want to think, so what has changed? She's been fine. Then all of a sudden, she just went nuts. First thing to check, medication, followed by infection, followed by hydration, period. Check that first. If you are not getting enough sleep, you would present as if you have some type of memory problems or dementia. You need at least 7 to 8 hours of sleep per night. when you are asleep, a lot of great things need to happen to the body. Is a reason why sleep is put into our day. And for the brain is like a computer. It needs to be shut off in order for it to get clean. All right? Majority of the toxins in the brain run around at night. So you have to flush them out and sleep. Okay? Next slide, please. So what are some of the signs, next slide, and symptoms of Alzheimer's? We know the memory, we know the thinking, the behavior, they become a little aggressive at times. There's also change in their ability to remember where they live. Sometimes they tend to wander. They would leave home and nobody knows where they've gone to or anything like that. They tend to become this person that you don't know anymore, more or less. But keep in mind, it's not the changes of the person, it's the disease itself that's causing the change. They are still themselves. All right? They become moody, their personality would change. The hobbies that they used to do, they no longer participate in those at all. They don't even want to socialize with friends. They kind of misplace things. They can put the cell phone in the refrigerator and put the shoes in the toilet or something like that. That's not them. It's the disease. Those cells are not communicating. They're not connecting with each other. They have problems speaking, writing. Okay, they can have problems where they're searching for words. They're trying to pull words out. And somebody once asked me, so Dr. Clark, if I go into a room knowing that I went in to get something, and when I got into the room, I forgot. And I come back out, and I recall what I wanted, and I go back in, and I get it. So she wanted to know if she have Alzheimer's. No, that's just pure forgetfulness, because she was able to pull the memory before she walked away. But if you walk into a room and you stand there, what I come in here for again? So you figure if you backtrack, you'll remember, and you didn't. Just let it be. That can be just probably old age too, right? But if you do it more than once or often, then I would probably have it checked. But it doesn't say that you have Alzheimer's. Your vitamin could be low, vitamin B12, you could be dehydrated, you could have been on some new medications. You just got to get it checked out. So before you give yourself Alzheimer's, get it checked out. All right? Like my 25-year-old son says, Mom, I don't want it. I say, I know, son. I don't want you to have it either. All right? Next slide, please. So, some statistics shows that the rate of Alzheimer's in the African American population, or people of color, is higher. It's 2 times that of any other. And that's because of the risk factors for us. hypertension, diabetes, hypolipidemia, heart disease increases our risk for developing of Alzheimer's. Next slide. To compare to that of other population. This one is compared to the Latino population. Next slide. Alzheimer's disease is more common in women than it is in men. That's because we live longer than men. And two, by the time it's 65, 70, we have lost our protector. We have lost our estrogen, so we are in menopause. So that increases our chances of developing Alzheimer's disease. Now in men, there's a higher incidence that they would develop the Lewy body. The Lewy body, like I told you, is a combination of Alzheimer's and Parkinson's. And normally that will show up about age 79 or something like that. Next slide. Next slide. So let's look at some anatomy of the brain. Next slide. So we want to know what distinguishes Alzheimer's disease from the other type of dementias. We mentioned there's 400 types, but there are 4 that I basically just focus on. So this is a picture that depicts the brain in color, but normally it doesn't look like that, but it's only for demonstration only. So the red portion of the brain is the area to the front, the green depicts the back, and the blue, next slide, tells us the lateral side. So each part of the colorful brain that you see denotes a function. I'm going to focus on the blue area, which is that lateral side of the brain. That's the temporal lobe. In that area, there's a small portion that's called the hippocampus. That's where memory is controlled or hidden. That's where Alzheimer's starts, in that little area. And what's so significant about that particular area is not only the temporal area, which is that blue area, is concerned with memory, but hearing control is also there. If you realize that one of your relatives or your spouse has decrease in hearing, his chances of developing Alzheimer's is very high, only because of the location of that control of hearing. It's near to memory. Next slide. So from the blue area of the brain, it will then spread over to the red, the yellow, the green, as that disease advances. Next slide. Next slide. Oh, they shouldn't come up at all. They should have been blocked. Same thing. Advance. 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 Keep going. Thank you. So the brain is composed of nerve cells we call neurons. every organ of the body is composed of cells. The brain is no different. Next slide. We have like 10 million, no, correction, 10 billion with a B of nerve cells. Okay? And what they do is they communicate with each other because the impulses need to go very quickly. If you were to touch a hot surface, you quickly would pull away. That's how fast they talk with each other. All right, next slides. So in a person with Alzheimer's disease, to compare to that who is healthy, you would see, hopefully, from this slide, these cells are very special. These are the only cells in the body that has arms, multiple arms. They got more arms than an octopus because they have to communicate with other nerve cells. Because we're thinking, we're driving, we're smoking, we are reading a map, we're just doing so many things all at the same time, and our brain cells just talking with each other and communicating. Next slide. So that's how a healthy cell would look. The brain that's on the left side is a healthy brain. So those neurons are nice and plump. They're happy. They're reaching out to their neighbors. They're sharing blood. They're sharing nutrients, etc. To compare to the picture on the right side depicts a person with Alzheimer's. As you can see, it's much smaller because it has shrunk. There are fewer live neurons because in Alzheimer's disease, those nerve cells are dead or they're dying. Next slide. So we often would want to know in Alzheimer's disease why these cells are dying. Next slide. The right side shows a healthy brain. This is a cross-section of the brain. As you can see, it's nice and plump. There's no space. There's a little area at the bottom. There's a hippocampus. That's where the thinking is located. I told you. To compare to that of the slice of brain that's on the right side, there's lots of space. It's smaller. It has shrunk. And that area for thinking, as you can see, is very thin. There are no cells there. That's because the cells have died. Next slide. So why are these nerve cells dying? Next slide. How is it, or what's causing them to die? There are these two proteins in the body called tau tangles and amyloid plaques. They basically destroy those cells in Alzheimer's disease. And you wonder, so where did they come from? They said not every old person has Alzheimer's. So how is it that some has the disease and some do not? We're still trying to find that out because we're also doing biomarkers that looks at the genetic component. But because you may be carrying the genetic component, we also see that you still don't, there's a chance that you may or may not develop Alzheimer's disease. That's how complicated it is. Now these obstructors or these toxic proteins, where did they come from? We're doing a research study now where we're looking at the plaque of our teeth. We think the plaque of our teeth may be the problem. So that study is still ongoing. We have not concluded that just yet. But to tell you the truth, those proteins are always floating around in the body anyway. Our question as scientists, what increases these proteins in some people that they destroy the neurons and our loved ones no longer can do the things that they used to. We're still trying to figure that out. It's kind of complicated. All right, I need you to go back a couple of slides. Okay. The bad thing about these two obstructors, the amyloid plaques destroy the neurons from the outside of the cell. The tau tangles destroy the cell from the inside. Those healthy cells have no chance. They have no chance. So once they destroy those healthy neurons, they can no longer carry out the function, the thinking, the behavior that they used to in our loved ones. Now, there are medications that's out there that only decrease their symptoms, but it does not get rid of the cause, which are those two proteins. Now, I've participated in help in bringing two drugs on the market that destroys those proteins. The only thing now, we're fighting with Congress and the Senate in order to bring the price down. It is $87,000 a year for that medication. All right? People are mortgaging their homes. They're using their savings in order to pay for this medication. But we're working on it. In this slide, this gentleman has advanced stages of Alzheimer's. As you can see, most of his cells have been destroyed or they have died because of those two proteins. Now, he may be on the medication to decrease his symptoms, but at some point, those proteins are going to increase and the medications will be less effective. Next slide. Next slide. This is how a healthy cell, along with the cells that are dying, would look. The big brown cells are the ones that's basically died already. So those cells may be cells that probably determine how they maintain short-term memory, because short-term memory goes first, and the long-term memory it's there. So in your loved ones, if they're talking about the past, you want to continue to stimulate the cells that are left. And if they want to talk about the olden days or whatever, perfect. Strengthen those cells that are left. Next slide. So the amyloid plaques and tangles, next slide, they are the obstructors. So how do we get Alzheimer's? Like I said, there are risk factors. And sleeping, inability to sleep, hypertension, diabetes, hyperlipidemia, which is high cholesterol, obesity, they are risk factors in developing Alzheimer's. And some of you may not know, you've heard of type 1 diabetes. You've heard of type 2 diabetes. There's a type 3 diabetes, you know? And that type 3 diabetes is Alzheimer's. If high sugar or high blood sugar affects your eyes, your kidneys, and the small nerves of your feet, that eventually leads to an amputation. Why would the brain be left out in the same body? Persons with diabetes, at least 2 out of 5 develop Alzheimer's disease. Next slide. So how I can prevent this? Next slide. Decrease the risk factors. Control the diabetes. Exercise. Diet. Sleep well. Control your blood pressure. You want to stay. One thing I like about Nassau or being home, there's always somewhere to go. There is a function every day. The drawback is you eat. So you want to stay socially engaged. Don't be isolated. I know some of you would say, you know what, I ain't feel like being with none of them today, blah, blah. Go. All right? Stay active. If you are caregivers, taking care of somebody with Alzheimer's, keep them engaged. All right? Don't just plant them in front of the television and go away. The worst thing is to put them in front of the TV. It does nothing. It makes them worse. All right? The TV is talking to them and they can't talk back to the TV because the TV cannot answer them back. All right? Next slides. Thank you. So prevention, the exercise, the diet. There's something called the MIND diet, M-I-N-D. And it's the combination of the Mediterranean diet and the DASH diet, the diet that controls high blood pressure. Two of those together now formed the MIND diet. Fish, in the Bahamas, you get fish all the time. This is great. It's just how it's prepared that makes it a little bit bad. But fish, fantastic. The fruits, particularly the dark colored fruits, leafy, the berries, blueberries, strawberries, raspberries, etc., nuts, etc. Okay? Sleep, staying engaged. Next slide. Next slide. So treatments now is the medications that I mentioned, and it's basically to decrease the symptoms. You know, try to improve the memory, try to change their behavior, manage their behavior, and so forth, so on. But at some point, that medication will not really be effective because those proteins have increased, more or less. All right? Music therapy is also good. Dancing, staying active, mind-stimulating activities. All right? Playing games, board games, dominoes, anything to stimulate the brain, crossword puzzles, etc. All right? And lifestyle changes. Next slide. To keep you busy. Next slide. So the medications that we have on file, or that I heard on formulary here, are the Aricept and Namenda. After a while, they just don't work. We take them to the max. We take them to the maximum dosage, and then again, they do not work. They are temporary. That's all it is. But through diet and staying engaged, staying focused and busy would definitely make a difference. Those medications do not get to the bottom. And that's to get rid of those two proteins. Next slide. All right, next slide. So like I mentioned, those drugs that are on the market now are very expensive. Not everybody can pay for them. I spoke with a few doctors here, and they noted that those medications probably would never make it here to the Bahamas because they are just so expensive. Next slide. So staying healthy, a nice diet, and everything else. The other thing too is once a month, next slide, I used to come in a home in order to do cognitive testing, a memory test on individuals, on persons over the age of 55, persons who may have risk factors, diabetes, hypertension, etc., or if you have family history of dementia or Alzheimer's, just that you would have a baseline as to where your cognitive abilities are. And if your scores are out of range as to where they should be, then I refer you to a neurologist. Okay? So any of you who may be interested in getting a cognitive test, my assistant is here. She can take your name and address. Next slide. And we can have a talk on how to do a cognitive test on you. It takes like about an hour and a half or so. And every aspect of your brain, be that the frontal, temporal, the posterior aspect, in that testing and assessment, I would test it to see exactly what's going, and that assessment is done. I think I'm going to end it right there. Any questions?
Questions? Cristianos? Un momento, por favor.
Good afternoon. I didn't catch the beginning, but my question is, what really causes Alzheimer's? Because sometimes, like you say, they talk further back, and sometimes they talk future and the past. Now, I'm taking care of my mommy. She don't have Alzheimer's, right? But I noticed lately, like, she missing with the names. Like, she getting mixed up with the names. She's 86. She have a sound mind, but lately she been mixing up with the names. And something I said to her the other day, and then she came back and she said, I said, no, mommy, I say SYZ. Then she said, but you didn't tell me that. Or then she'd turn around and say, well, I didn't hear you say that, you know? So is that a possibility of something kicking in with Alzheimer's?
It may be. There's a key word that you said. She said, I did not hear you. All right? Remember, I don't know if you were in the room when I spoke, but there's an area near to where memory is located in the brain. Hearing center is there. And if one starts to have memory, hearing loss, it affects the memory. Because if you can't hear, you can't remember. Right? So I wouldn't say that she has Alzheimer's. I would check other factors, like is she getting enough water, is the medication new, there's a whole list. You know, is the thyroid functioning well? There you go. There you go. So make sure her levels have been checked. Yeah, yeah. They're all. Yeah, so something. Yeah, so I would get a hearing test on her just to make sure, and have her levels of thyroids checked. There you go. Exactly, and just make sure she's hydrated because it's very hot out. You're welcome.
Hi, good evening.
Oh, good afternoon. Sorry. So my question is, I just wanted to know if you knew if there are any active or past clinical trials that have proven to, cure Alzheimer's or dementia.
Are there any active
Clinical trials.
clinical trials that
That have cured Alzheimer's or
there's no cure?
no cure for
There's no cure yet. So all we're doing right now is trying to decrease the symptoms. Okay? That's basically it for now. But we're still working. We're still working.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
You mentioned about women over 65 who will get Alzheimer's quicker than the men because of the loss of estrogen.
Yes.
What can women do in that case? I mean, how do you either replace estrogen or build up the estrogen?
Yeah, normally we don't restart women over the age of 65 after they've passed menopause. We normally don't start them on any estrogen. It increases their chances of developing cancer. So you'll have to do it through diet, staying socially engaged, more or less, sleep, drink your water, and pray. Oh, yes.
Good day. I was concerned about the 43. You said dementia starts at the age of 43. And I said to my son, I'm 43, so I guess I just want to know what signs I need to be looking for, or I don't know, what tests could be done to pinpoint.
Yeah, you can, Ms. Colley is taking names for those who may be interested and have your memory test done to see where your baseline is. But, don't forget, just general forgetfulness is okay, but your loved ones are going to be the first one to notice it. They're going to be the first one. Your children and your husband and so forth, so on, they're going to be the first one to notice it. Okay? But it's all in our diet, because here in Nassau, I tell you, oh my gosh. Okay, am I done? Anything else?
Any more questions? All right.
I have 2 prizes. I have 2 prizes.
2 prizes? Okay, we got 2 prizes given out. Things.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
I just wanted to know, I notice with persons with dementia that their behavior patterns are, sometimes they're calm, then there are times when they act out, they get violent, and then there are times they're irritable. What causes that what causes them to have the different
Fluctuation in behavior?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good question. When they, are acting out or there's change in behavior, like all of a sudden, like they throw in furniture and, they say a few choice words and things like that, and you know that they have dementia, that's unusual. That's when you take heed. You want them to see a physician because something else is happening. It can be very simple. It can be a urinary tract infection that throws them off. They may not be able to communicate with you, but that's their way of communicating, is by acting out. It's like a natural process. So that's when you need to have them to see a physician. They can be in pain. They can be in pain. And that's the way of communicating. So you want to take heed. And, most patients would say, Mumi's just acting out today and she blah. Do something about it. Because you know that that's not her. Even though she has Alzheimer's or dementia, that is not her. Something else is going on. And you want to do it sooner than later.
Any more questions? 1 second. Uno más.
Yeah, I have a good buddy. I don't know whether it's dementia or Alzheimer's. He come in and he shakes my hand all the time. He don't know my name. He don't remember my name, but he seemed to remember my face because every time he see me, I could see, you know, he kind
The
of
association.
He knows who I am, and a lot of things he doesn't remember. But he could sing every song we sing. He knows all the Bible scripture you could raise and talk to him about. How is that? Why is that?
Long-term memory. That's always the last to go. Long-term memory is intact. That's what it is.
Marble Jesus.
So continue to him, continue encouraging him with his long-term memory. It keeps him going. Is that it?
Any more questions? Uno más cuestiones. Did I say it right? Any more questions? No more going once? Questions going twice? Questions sold. No more questions. We giving out things. We gonna follow you.
Okay. I have 2 books here for persons who may be taking care of someone who has Alzheimer's or dementia. So normally I would give these to caregivers. I call them caregivers. Somebody who's taking care of their mom or their friends who may have dementia. But if the person who answers the questions gets it right, then it is what it is. So with the show of hands.
Me.
But I need your assistant, though, to tell me.
Not a problem. I can help you find the person.
Yeah, tell me who puts their hands up first. The question is, how many types of dementias?
Read there. Voice. I come in. Got to be faster than that. You second, so if she don't get it right, you next.
You said 400?
400 it is. Ding, ding.
Ding, 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 ding. Let's clap up, man. There you go. Thank you. You have won yourself a guide to caring for those. Next one. Got to be faster than that.
Okay. The next question is, male or female is common for
Hey, see you,
Alzheimer's?
Two over there. They ain't even asked the question yet. You ain't know the question? You got to say it for the mic.
Female.
Female.
Ding,
Females
ding,
are the
ding, ding,
most
ding, ding,
common.
ding. And you have won yourself another guide.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. And those of you who put your name down with Ms. Colley, I would be getting back to you, and I really hope that everybody was able to write their names so that I can read it. If you wrote your name down and I cannot understand it, you know, don't complain back to Dr. Bodie. You know what? She took my name and she never called me. I can't because I couldn't read it. But it's a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Before you go, Dr. Clark, we want to say thank you so much for the time, talent, and treasure that you offered us today. It hasn't fallen on deaf ear, and we will be calling on you in the future for more education, more information, and some of your services. Thank you, and may God continue to bless you and keep you. Thank you so much. Yes, ma'am. There's an old song in the church that they used to sing, press along, sings, press along, in God's own way. So what we're doing now, we're pressing along. So our next presenter is Brother Morgan, Dr. Morgan. Yeah, he's Brother Morgan. Yes. So Brother Morgan obtained his Bachelor's of Science degree in biochemistry and his Bachelor's of Arts degree in music from Bellart College, Belmont, Wisconsin. That's right. So Dr. Morgan studied at the best university in the universe. He attended my alma mater, the University of the West Indies, and the best one in the university in Mona campus in Jamaica. Dr. Morgan is presently a clinical medical officer in the Department of Immunology, Infections, Disease in the Ministry of Health. Why y'all just get me to read these funny names? In the Ministry of Health, and he practices medicine privately at Emmanuel Medical Center. He is married. He married to a doctor. Don't talk that. He is married to Dr. Morgan. Talk that too. And as a couple, they have 2 daughters. Dr. Morgan, can you come, please?
Thank you, sir. Oh, yes. Good day, everyone. I asked someone if they can go out and get some of the young people. Yeah, because I think the ones that are here need to come in. I know some people have left. They probably think they don't need to hear about STIs. STIs in the church. It makes people uncomfortable. I remember I had to do this talk I'm Anglican, so I had to do this talk at one of our churches, and I didn't know who was there. It was a men's health talk, and a part of my talk was STIs. And when I gone through the door, my bishop was there, some of the priests who I know quite well were there, and I was like, oh God, how can I talk about this? But it went well, because it is relevant all the time. So I'm a medical doctor, and I see church people all the time with STIs coming to my office, wherever I may be. My colleague, who we share a private practice, Dr. Sean Knowles, we share a private practice. He does mental health, and I do STIs. We always joke to say we do taboo medicine, things that make people uncomfortable. But we have to talk about it in the church because it's very common in the Bahamas and is very prevalent in the church, right? Because church people have sex. Married people have sex in the right way, and some church single people do not have sex in the right way. And you get STIs by having sex, And we do know that some of the realities in the church is that not everyone is monogamous, not everyone is faithful. And that's another thing. STIs not only has medical connotations, but it also has social connotations, because as pastors know and counselors know, STIs, although it's of medical concern, it can cause marital discord, right? Feelings of betrayal. People can't trust you anymore. So STIs are very important. So I'll get started with a scripture. I wish above all things that you may prosper and be in good health, even as your soul prospers. So we talk about medical health. I don't know if you had a session on diabetes and hypertension yet, right? Dr. Knowles would have covered mental health, and now I'm covering sexual health. So sexual health not only deals with STIs, it also deals with how men perform in bed. Erectile dysfunction is a big problem among men. Remember, our testosterone, this is a young fella here, but our testosterone level drop as men when we hit 40. And so erectile dysfunction is another uncomfortable thing men tend to have a problem discussing. They tend to be comfortable with me as a medical professional, but we don't discuss sexual health in the church. When I woke up this morning, I woke up and TBN was on, and TBN had a whole session on mental health, right? Suicide and depression. I was like, wow, the church is now embracing this. But I hope someday the church will be more comfortable in talking about sexual issues, because it is occurring, in our churches, right? Next slide. So we must be physically healthy, mentally healthy, and sexual health is also a very important part of it. Next slide. So STIs are, you get it by sex. So it's infections that you would acquire by sex. Now, if you would have heard the minister talk recently and Dr. Forbes, we have a high incidence of STIs in New Providence. And God forbid we uncover the incidence of STIs on our family islands. And we haven't gotten to those yet. And I plan to, and we do plan to venture into that, you know. Who knows what we'll find, especially on our islands that are touristic. We notice that there tends to be a surge of STIs in these touristic areas because we do know STIs are related to transaction, sex for money. That is a common thing in the Bahamas. And uncomfortable, yeah, people exchange sex for money. During COVID, a lot of people were exchanging sex for money. Those were hard times. You know, as people say, it's the oldest profession. But it is still happening today. People exchange sex for money. And I do believe that this is one of the things that may be driving the high incidence and prevalence of STIs now. Sex in exchange for money. It's been happening for a while, right? You know, but we need to get into those areas. STIs are high. Since the minister and Dr. Forbes came on television, our government STI clinic has been, and it's great, has been overcrowded. And it is good, because if we do not test for STIs, we ain't gonna know. Because remember, a lot of STIs are silent, especially in women. A lot of women have STIs. And I know we are saved, sanctified, and blood-bought, but a lot of STIs have the ability to trail you asymptomatically. So when you were in the world, you may have gotten an STI, it's still in your body, and you can still pass it on. However, you wouldn't know you have it unless you screen, because some STIs are very silent, right? Things like chlamydia may be silent, right? HPV, which we're going to get to, may be silent. You don't know you have it, but it is there, and it is transmissible, right? So if you don't screen, you don't know. So when I have older people, and I wish younger people would be here because they tend to be the highest age groups, but older people have STIs too. And I sure pastors have to deal with STIs all the time. Pastors, doctors, counselors, police officers, we see things in the Bahamas that other people are not privy to. We sometimes see the, as my wife would say, the worst in humans, right? Right? Nonetheless, this is our job. But I always, when you come to my office for your annual physical, I don't care how old you is, I can say, would you like me to do an STI screen as a part of your normal screening? So your normal screening may be your kidney function, your cholesterol, your liver function, your blood count, such as your hemoglobin. I always present the opportunity to the patient. I say, would you like me to add a STI screen? Especially if it's a younger person. Most people say yeah. And sometimes we get a lot of STIs. In our government clinic now, people are coming for screenings, and most of them have an STI. Most of them do. I know it sounds unbelievable, especially chlamydia, which is on the rise, because in females, you could have chlamydia and don't know. We pick up a lot of our chlamydia infections when females come to the antenatal clinic when they're pregnant for screening. Remember, at screening, at booking, we do all the STIs because we know STIs can affect the child in utero and during delivery. And so STIs could be silent. And so I create the opportunity in my clinical space for people to do STI screening. So you know it could be spread through vaginal sex, anal sex, oral sex. And you know, I have the interesting task of having to explain STIs even at the primary school level, at the high school level. I speak at UB often. I speak at lodges. I speak in church groups. I speak everywhere I'm invited to. Kiwanis, Rotary Club, because it is very important. And I have to speak candidly, because when we deal with our young people nowadays in the Bahamas, they don't know this stuff. And so I see a lot of medics here. I see nurse here. I know Nurse Taylor just left. We know what's going on, right? So us as medics, we have to speak candidly even in the church about STIs. And I have a lot of colleagues who are studying to be priests and pastors, a lot of friends. And a part of their training is not only now, they did counseling, but mental health training is a part. And now, they are now opening to space to talk about sex and sexually transmitted infections and all the mental health illnesses that are associated with STIs and how all of this relate. Because there needs to be an open conversation. Because pastors and priests and bishops have to deal with their parishioners and their congregants with these issues. Because, as I said, STIs could break up marriages. Next slide. And you have injecting drugs. That's not very common in the Caribbean because, we scared of needle. So black people don't really use injections, especially not in the Caribbean. So when I talk about the adolescents, I don't see any adolescents in here. I may have to come back and do this talk at your youth group. But, yeah, 50% is between 15 and 24. It is high. I am diagnosing 19-year-old girls, 16-year-old, 17-year-old girls with STIs. I just diagnosed a 19-year-old with HIV, syphilis, and gonorrhea. Right? Yeah. This is the reality we're dealing with. Just diagnosed. I remember the youngest I've diagnosed was a 15-year-old girl with HIV who did not get it from being born with it. She got it from sexual intercourse with a young man who is positive in her school. That is why I wanted the young people to be here, because you have young people in your schools with STIs, including HIV. You can't see it on their face. You can't see it how they look. And you can't look at someone who looks sick, who's lost weight, who looks ill, and say they have HIV. They could have diabetes. They could have lupus. They could have cancer. So we have to get away from this thing with image. Next slide, right? And that is why I thought young people would be here, right? And so STIs with repeated sexual encounters increases your risk. Remember, HIV is an STI, and I'm going to speak specifically about HIV because it's amazing that even in 2025, people find it hard to talk about HIV. It's so taboo. They have a million questions and don't want to ask. But we have HIV people in our family. HIV people, I know married couples who one of them don't know yet they have HIV. The partner's HIV. I'm managing the partner, but I can't tell the wife he positive for HIV. That's medical legal issues. And so even in monogamous, even in marital relations, STIs are popping up more frequently. HIV is popping up in marriages. A lot, I've known patients, their first sexual encounter, they get HIV. And on the converse, I know people who practice very risky sexual behavior, and they come to me frequently for screening, and everything negative. But it's in knowing your partner's status. It's in knowing your partner's status. Next slide. I see you all getting quiet. Very quiet. So what are the risk factors? Behavior. Adolescence. I wish they were here, but you could take this information to your children, your grandchildren, your nephew and your nieces and your cousins. They're curious. They're developing physiologically, right? And so they're curious. The hormones are raging. Multiple sex partners. Inconsistent condom use. Remember when abstinence sounded like a word in the 50s? It sounded like that antiquated, old-fashioned word. Now condoms is now an old-fashioned word. People ain't into condoms no more. I have a fight in getting people to use condoms, right? Alcohol and other drug use. I don't know if Dr. Knowles spoke about mental health and drug use. I'm sure he did. We now live in a culture of young men. I mean, the other day, 2 young men at the same time came in my private office, and they were so high, and the marijuana on them was so strong, I was dizzy. I get dizzy. I don't know what is happening to my young men. I'm sure Dr. Knowles spoke about this because this is his pet peeve. I have patients, they say, Doc, I got to smoke it in the morning, I got to have it for lunch, and I got to have it before I go to bed or I can't sleep. So drugs are associated with risky sexual behavior and consequently STIs. They go hand in hand. Mental health is also associated with hypersexuality. Depression and anxiety is associated with risky sexual behavior too. A lot of people use not only drugs and alcohol to self-medicate, but they use sex. Sex is now like a drug. A lot of people have very interesting sexual practices. A lot of things are changing in the Bahamas right in front of our eyes. And as the church, we got to address it. A lot of people are now bringing in a third partner in their marriage to spice it up. I have people living as throuples now. 3 people living together. And I have to manage them. I know this sounds crazy. Look, this lady facial expression. I can hear on her head saying, what? People are bringing people in their marriages to spice it up, and they're living in, and they have an agreement. It's happening. And then couples are swinging. This is the reality. And pastors and bishops, you all work getting like this now. So it's not only marrying people, burying people, counseling people about their spirituality. You got to now deal with sex and sexual practice and mental health and all kind of other things. You all work at it. I hope you all getting more money. Because there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. Sexting. I have 2 daughters too, and we got to monitor these phones. These rusty old men. That's another thing you're dealing with. You got to watch your young daughters. They need guidance. I know some of us working 2, 3, and 4 jobs, and we got to make the money. But you got to keep an eye on them. Because a lot going on. Now, praying been going on from a long time. People praying on youngsters. But you got to watch them. They are bombarded. My wife and I say, they're bombarded with so much things. You have 2 men on television kissing right on a regular advertisement on regular cable TV. You have sex scenes that used to be, I remember, you got to get run of the room. You know, even Lifetime getting a little racy. The sex scenes look like they are pumping up. Like soft porn. And I could talk about pornography in the church too. That's another thing. This is we uncovering a lot in the church. Do you know people use pornography almost just as much as in the world in the church? Divorces, the rates are the same in the church as the world. A lot of the things in the world, the rates and the stats, the exact same as in the world. The same thing. We ain't seem like we no different. We ain't seem like we shed no light. We seem like we the same. So some of them saying, why are we coming in here? The church, we're going to have to do something about all these taboo issues and address them. Now, we have some pastors, and I know we have some priests in my diocese. They'll go in any ghetto and talk. And that's the kind of people we need who will leave these 4 walls and go out and talk. You can't talk no highfalutin to people who being molested and who on drugs and who have anxiety and who have depression and who tied up in abusive relationships. You can't talk no soft talk with them. You have to be real with them. And sex is one of the things you got to be open. Don't hide it. You can't sugarcoat this with all the theological terms. You have to meet them where they are. You'll be surprised in here, it'll be piled right up. Mood disorders, we spoke about mental health. And sex trafficking. We don't deal a lot with that, but I did talk about transactional sex, right? Yeah. During COVID, there were a lot of sex sites, and that's another thing to deal with. See, we as medics, we know what's going on. I wasn't talking too long. A lot of sex sites are available, and these are money-making things, right? Money-making things. Pornography. Let me just touch on that before I get to the medical stuff, and I'm going to move fast after this. Pornography is everywhere. One time ago, a colleague of mine said, man, you had to go to the corner store and buy a magazine. And you used to hide it under your bed. A magazine, and that one magazine you use. But now you just open your phone and pornography there. In fact, you don't have to go look for it. It's popping up. Sex sites are popping up now. All of this is fueling risky sexual behavior with our young people. All of that. Pornography is very detrimental. Every time I give my men's health talk and I speak about pornography, I talk about how detrimental it is. And women are part of pornography too. Pornography is ruining marriages, is ruining spirituality, is ruining relationships. It's causing the STI levels to go. It's causing people to bring people in their marriage, as I said, to spice it up. pornography is a demon. It's very detrimental. And our young people really think it's just entertainment. But medically and clinically, pornography alters the brain. Dr. Clark would have spoken about the brain and Alzheimer's. So I'm a musician, and I do music therapy also. How therapy, and I'm glad she had that slide up there, where how music is used as an alternative treatment to Alzheimer's disease. But porn changes the brain in terms of how we see sex. And as I said, the rates of porn use in the church is the same as the rates of porn use in the world, the same thing. So something is wrong. Something is really wrong. Next slide. So these, I'm going to go through these quickly. Next slide. Chlamydia, gonorrhea, trichomoniasis, HIV, herpes, all of these things. I'm seeing a lot of these now come, right? Chlamydia, I'm going to move quickly. Chlamydia is one of those tricky sexual infections. Females could have it and don't know. Remember, one of the, you could be asymptomatic, or you could have it, and you could have a vaginal discharge. Now in men, we can know when we have a STI because we have sex and we urinate out of the same organ. So if we're urinating, we can know. I had a patient say, man, doc, it feel like 1,000,000 needles sticking me one time when I pee. That's how he described it. So we will know. But females could have chlamydia higher up and don't know they have chlamydia. And the only way to know is if you do a screening, which is by urine test screening, right? The danger, I tell young people all the time, when I speak at high school level and UB level, or any college level, the danger of having an STI without knowing is that it is creating damage and you only know. Chlamydia is one of those. So is gonorrhea. We call them the dynamic duo. They come together and they present clinically the same. Chlamydia can cause infertility. Anywhere you have infection, I'm an immunologist. Anywhere you have infection, you're going to have inflammation, and chronic inflammation leads to scarring. So if you have chlamydia, you have chronic inflammation going on, and it is scarring up the fallopian tubes. So that air can't even move down from the fallopian tubes and come down, because scarring creates obstruction. And so a lot of women are infertile. So I tell the young people, I use the C word, consequences. When you make these sexual decisions and you have sex at a young age, you may have an infection. You may know why at age 20 now. You find the man of your dreams. You're in the church, a Christian man, but you're trying to have a child and you can't. You're infertile because maybe of an STI that went undiagnosed and untreated for years, was there too long. That is why screening is very important. Next slide. Okay, go back one, go back two, right there. And so I talk to young people all the time. You could have chlamydia in the vagina, you could have chlamydia in the anus, and you could have chlamydia in the throat. It depends on your sexual practice. I've had a lot of patients, they come to me and we're treating a sore throat, and I'm giving them the regular antibiotics for bacteria that could cause a pharyngitis or tonsillitis, and they're not resolving. Because I'm a STI doctor, I'm a medical doctor, but I'm also an STI doctor, I have to ask them about their sexual practices. Do you have oral sex? It's easy for me to ask that. It's not easy for other people to ask it, right? But as a clinician, I gotta ask it, because you could have chlamydia or gonorrhea in the throat if you have oral sex. And so now I have to switch my antibiotic regime to treat this. It can't be the regular antibiotics we use. I have to now switch my regime by giving you a shot to cover gonorrhea and a tablet to cover chlamydia. And usually after that, they resolve. Next slide. And if you have anal sex, you could have gonorrhea anal sex. Now, we're not going to act coy and shy that we do not have men who have sex with men in society and in the church. We do. Men have sex with men. Men are having sex with men even at the high school level. And this is something we deal with a lot. a lot of young men are having sex with older men at in high school, and they are coming up with sexually transmitted infections. And so education definitely is going to have to begin, even at the primary school level. What I have to do is I have to tailor it for them so they could get that information to make wise sexual decisions, right? It's common in men who have sex with men, right? Usually around 2024. But guess what? Older men and women are having sex with younger men and women. I'm seeing a new trend now. I don't know how true it is. This is only anecdotal. Women in their 60s, 65 now. Some of them divorcing their husband and going to a 20, 30-year-old man. It happening. That's the reality. And some of them getting STIs. Because you know that young man out there with another woman. This is the reality. This is the new fad. Now they taking selfie and taking picture with bathing suit on, two-piece bathing suit on. 65, nearly 70. They have a young man now. You see the dynamics? You see what's happening? This the reality, nurse? This the reality. Society is changing so fast. Our young people, my wife has always said, boy, we got to pray. Plead the blood. There's a lot going on, right? Women who have sex with women, I notice they don't really have a lot of STIs being passed on, only if they share their toys. And so we ask them to please clean your toys, disinfect your toys, so that you don't pass on STIs. But it's not common to see, Mom, Mom making me, Mom's like, what is this I get involved in today? But this is the reality. This is the reality. Every time I give this talk in a church setting, I get this. But I think you understand why I have to talk about it. Because it's a part of our medicine. Next slide. Next slide. All right, so this, as I said, in men, we can know. Because after about 5 days, you may have a discharge from the penis, burning when you pee, fever, lymph nodes may come, you may have abdominal pain, right? And it depends on the kind of sex. As I spoke about the sore throat. When I look in the back of the throat, I may see an exudate. It may not be an ordinary tonsillitis. It may be the exudate because of chlamydia or gonorrhea, because of oral sex, right? If the person participates in anal sex, and females do that, you may see a discharge coming from the anus, all right? Wow, the looks I getting, boy, if I wasn't strong, I would have stopped this presentation right now. Right? Next slide. So females may have a discharge, right? But you know, a female could have a vaginal discharge from all kinds of stuff. And there are non-STI related things that could cause a female to have a discharge or a vaginal odor. And so that is why you need to present to your clinician. It could be bacterial vaginosis, where the flora of the vagina changes. It may be related to your cycle. It may be related to a new partner. And it doesn't have to be STI related. The bacteria or the microbials in the vagina may just shift, right? Next slide, and you see I have normal exam. So females, nothing may be going on, and they have it. And you know if you have a STI and it's not diagnosed and treated, it ain't only harming you, but you passing that on because you think everything dandy. I always tell my clients, next slide please. I always tell my clients, you can't blame people if you get a STI from them, even if it's HIV. Because a lot of people don't know. People don't screen, especially us men. We don't even go to the doctor sometime for a regular visit. I do men health talks all the time. I do a men's health clinic in my private office. Sometimes the wife got to drag them. Sometimes they have a pain for months and wouldn't go to the doctor. Now you know what it's bring them. When things ain't things. When things ain't working. That'll bring them quick. That bring them, good dog. Things ain't things. Right? That bring them quick. And so, whatever it takes, I use that as an opportunity to deal with all this in one shot. Right? But with men, once we build that rapport, they'll come back. But you know, that's a whole different discussion. Next slide. And so we won't get into all of this, but females tend to be the prevalence a little higher. It may be because females have it and don't know, right? We won't go into all of this. We discussed that all, but the time frame is within 5 days. Females wouldn't know, but the discharge and burning. Next slide. Right? And I spoke about this in one shot. Anal sex is becoming very common, and so a lot of the condition, and remember, this is going to be another uncomfortable discussion. Anal sex is the quickest way to get any STI. And it has something to do with physiology, because anytime, I'm an immunologist, anytime there's trauma, there's bleeding, right? And the normal, especially with HIV, and the normal immunology is when there's trauma, those immune cells go to the site innocently to repair the trauma, to repair the damage that's going on. And guess what? Especially with HIV. HIV affects your immune cells. That's the pathophysiology. And so what happens is those innocent cells go in there to try to repair what's going on, and guess what happened? HIV, bloop, infecting them. And so anal sex is the quickest way to get any STI. Then vaginal and oral is least risk. Right? Next slide. All right, so these are the discharge. Next slide. Syphilis. I see in this a lot. About 20-something years ago, and probably even more, syphilis was only seen in men who had sex with men. Now I'm seeing syphilis in heterosexual women. I'm seeing syphilis in heterosexual men. I'm seeing syphilis in 18, 19-year-olds. I just diagnosed a 19-year-old with syphilis, as I said, 2 with syphilis. Syphilis is very common now. I mean, oh Lord, I'm sorry to say it like this. My nurse in my office, I saw her the other day, I said, what's this, a big box of penicillin? She said, Morgan, we keep going through these like water. Gotta keep treating STIs with the penicillin shot. Syphilis is common in college age group. Very common. And syphilis is considered the great masquerader. Why? Because syphilis could present in so many different ways. You could have syphilis and don't know. That's why I tell pastor and deacon, I know you're 50-something, 60, still do your STI screen. Because you could have syphilis and don't know. Now it could present clinically by textbook, and that helps me. But you could have syphilis and don't even know. And that is why I screen. You know how much people I screen and say, what? It's curable. Syphilis is curable. But if you don't know, guess what? Syphilis is one of those things that move from stage to stage. Just like Doc alluded to the fact of Alzheimer's, a lot of diseases are stage by stage. And guess what? They're getting worse. Next slide. So everyone, heterosexual women, heterosexual men are now getting syphilis. Remember, we also have a bisexual culture that we don't talk about. A DL culture. A lot of men, and they are masculine men, have sex with men and women. They have sex with men and their girlfriend or their wife. And these are some of the realities we deal with. And so guess what? That increases the spread of HIV. 2 ways, to the women and to the men. And that is how these numbers are increasing, right? Next slide is a great masquerader. You could have symptoms, and then you don't have to have any symptoms at all, right? Age, all ages are susceptible, right? Persons who have HIV are prone to a lot of STIs. And then I'm going to show you how having a lot of STIs, or the risk, the behaviors, or even having them clinically sets you up big time for having HIV. So I have a lot of patients. It's a bi-directional relationship. I have a lot of patients who come in with a lot of different STIs, non-HIV STIs. I say, listen, I have a talk with them. I have to have the discussion of prevention for HIV with them, because guess what? HIV peeping right around the corner. Why? Because it speaks to sexual behavior, and it speaks to immunology and medicine. If you have STIs in your system, your mucosa is very inflamed, it is very susceptible to bleeding, and that's a perfect setup for the transmission of HIV. And women, we talk about bisexual men, men who have sex with men, DL men, whatever. But women are now a high-risk group for HIV, one of the highest risk group, especially in places like Atlanta. And I know you know why, right? So we have to talk openly about this, and we'll get to that. Next slide. So women are a high-risk group for HIV for many reasons. So guess what? Syphilis is a very tricky thing. It could start with a little bump on the penis or the lips of the vagina. But guess how tricky syphilis is? It's called a chancre. It could present up to 6 weeks, up to 3 months. So sometimes you can't even trace who the sexual partner is because of the long incubation period. Oh, we have someone young coming in, right? Welcome, right? So a bump could present on the head of the penis or the shaft of the penis. Now she gone. And the shaft of the penis or the vulva. Okay, guess what? You may think it's just a little hair bump. But the tricky point is, within about 4 to 5 days, guess what? It disappears. So you think it ain't nothing. That's stage 1 syphilis. And it just goes. It just disappears. Apparently your immune system has the ability to clear it. But guess what? You're moving on to stage 2 now. That I mean the infection gone. It is accumulating. The bacteria that causes syphilis is accumulating in your blood. And you're going on to the second stage. Next slide. With this first stage, you may feel fever, swelling, feel a little fluish. But most infectious diseases, we know COVID, we know hepatitis A, hepatitis B, flu, they present with very non-specific symptoms. So sometimes you don't even know something going on in your body. Very non-specific. You can't say this is this or that. Same thing with HIV. A lot of people who are initially infected within 2 weeks, they get acute symptoms, and they're very non-specific. Flu, feeling unwell, muscle ache, joint pains, just feeling lethargic. You ain't gonna trace it that that's HIV. You could think you just run down and need vitamins and need flu. But that could be HIV, acute symptoms. But we get into that. Second stage, you may get these rashes in your palms. Now, don't everyone look in your palm now and seeing these. We as black people, we sometimes have these little, you know, I did a talk somewhere, everyone was looking in their hand. One woman break out in cold sweat. I said, Mom, no. I said, let me see. It's all right, right? It's all right, it's all right. We as black people, we tend to have these things, yeah. But secondary syphilis, the second stage of syphilis, you could have these macular kind of red spots in the a lot of I just had a patient yesterday present, or day before, yesterday, the spots in the hand and the bottom of the foot. I didn't treat him right away. I'm going to wait on his syphilis results. He'll see me Monday. But clinically, I could almost tell you that that's syphilis, right? I could tell you, right? And his high-risk behavior too. High-risk behavior. Next slide. Neurosyphilis. Dr. Clark would have spoke about dementia. Syphilis is one of the causes of dementia. I can't remember if she had that on her list. Syphilis is a cause of dementia. Strange behavior can be caused by syphilis. So when mental health patients present to accident emergency, we do all the stuff she said, the thyroid, the vitamin B, the CT scan, all of that, and we also add a VDRL or RPR syphilis test, because long-standing syphilis can cause dementia. You see why it's important to screen and treat? Because you may not have any symptoms, and that bacteria is multiplying in your system, leading you to stage 3, which could cause dementia, neuropsychiatric symptoms. With something, if you had screened, you could get your shots and get cured. That's why screening is important. That's why screening is important. We screen for breast cancer. We screen for cervical cancer with the pap smear. Colon cancer screening once you reach 45. We screen. STI, we tend to have this taboo. We don't want to touch that. But a lot of STIs are also related to other medical conditions. They cause medical problems. They cause medical problems. They cause mental health issues. Syphilis. Neurosyphilis. We have a condition called tabes dorsalis, where it affects your spine and you can't walk properly. Late stage syphilis. Or you could have latent syphilis. A lot of people have syphilis and don't know. We call that latent syphilis. You have it, but you don't know. But your titers are very high, and anytime it could affect you. And guess what? It's transmissible. So you're passing it on. You're passing it. I mean to frighten you on. But next slide. You could get infection of the eye. Syphilis could affect the big arteries, the aorta, cause an aortitis. It could cause you to get aneurysm, and if that bursts, you bleed to death. Syphilis. Untreated syphilis is a problem. Right? Next slide. It could affect your nerve, the big arteries of your heart. Next slide. Or, I say, latent syphilis. No symptoms. You could only diagnose this if you do a blood test. Simple blood test. You could do it privately. You could do it publicly. Right? Unfortunately, I don't think the major private health insurance cover STIs at your annual. But I throw that in. Even if I have to say, man, I come to the clinic, you'll do it, or go to PMH, do it free. We are blessed in this country to have, I know we's complained with PMH, but if you only know how much work and how much success stories come out of PMH. Now we hear on social media, this one died, but what about the thousands of lives being saved by our surgeons and our doctors and our oncologists who saving people with breast cancer all the time, cervical cancer, doing surgeries every day. We so blessed, man. And when I talk to young people, I say, y'all don't even, so I go in on a tangent, y'all don't even know how blessed y'all is to be in the Bahamas. I went to homecoming in Andros. I go to family islands to see patients sometimes. When you land, we so blessed. The fruit trees, I was in Mangrove Key, took the dilly in the bush, laden with dilly, just dropping and rotting. Sweet dilly. I bring a box up. I mean, the thing like sugar. I'm mesmerized. Mango like I don't know what. I mean, fruit trees on these islands, you can't go hungry. The sea right there, conch on the shore. How you could starve? Even if you don't have stove and gas, you go outside and coal fire, fry some fish. If you only have oil, you have lard. You can't starve on these islands, you know. And the secret is look at family island people and say, boy, they live in poor. Them family island people, their bank accounts swell. Don't mind them. They got money. Anyway, that's a tangent. But young man, you blessed living in the Bahamas. You could go to PMH and do free blood works. I speak to my Filipino counterparts. I pay for everything. Canada healthcare expensive. The United States. I have patients who say, man, I was in the emergency room. I see the doctor say, doc, $58,000 cold. I gotta pay that. Yes, we complain, and yes, the system may be overrun and stuff, and we have a lot of issues to sort. Free health care? You know how expensive health care is? And we don't pay to go to PMH? We're so blessed in this country at all levels. And so when we talk about crime and all the other stuff, I'd be like, boy, I wonder if these young dudes understand how what they're destroying. People running to come to the Bahamas to live. And we destroying it. We blessed. We even blessed spiritually. I remember one Sunday after church, I went into one of the on the runs, SO on the run, and I'm a musician also, right? So a part of my job is to bring the presence of God. I went into there to get, I think, something to drink or something, or go to the ATM. The praise music going, the cashiers and the people on the floor singing, and I felt the presence of God. I say, where else this could happen where you could go into a gas station on a Sunday after church and you feel the presence of God in there? What you say? Freedom of religion. Every event, Doc just spoke, every event we go to, food and drink. When I studied in Mona in Jamaica, listen, at our Bahamian Association, macaroni, chicken, meatball, coleslaw, peas and rice. If someone had crab, send up, you would have crab and rice. We eat good, we live good. Now part of that is it's killing us. But let's get back onto STIs. Back onto STIs. Next slide. Herpes. Now this is something that causes a lot of confusion. Every day I have to explain this. Herpes 1 is cold sore on your mouth. 90 to 95, if I take all y'all blood, nearly all of y'all would have antibodies to herpes 1 because of the cold sore. Why? Because even as a baby, you got to be careful. People holding your grandchildren and children, kissing them on the mouth. That's how herpes is spreading. If you go to any college campus about 2 weeks ago, when everyone have final exams, everyone is stressed. When your immune system drops, the cold sore appears. Herpes simplex 1, oral herpes. Most of us have the antibody. In fact, most of us may have the antibodies to genital herpes. You may not have an outbreak, but you may have been exposed to it. You could be exposed to it and never have an outbreak. See how sneaky? And herpes is not curable. It's not curable. It's manageable. We could give you medicine so the outbreak could go. And a lot of that clearing your immune system does. But herpes is not curable like HIV. It remains in your nerve cells. Yeah, STI is a lot. It's a lot. Right? And guess what? I always tell my young people, a lot of these STIs, like syphilis and herpes and HPV, are contact. All you have to do is rub up. You don't even have to penetrate. Just by having contact. Not only that, by touching your genitalia, by touching the partner's genitalia, and touching yours, it could transfer like that. HPV, herpes, syphilis. You don't even have to have sex. So young lady, you with your mom, you got to make good sexual decisions. We ain't hiding nothing from you. We telling you this because we love you and we want to protect you. You have a bright future. STIs could destroy, take you off course. Pregnancy too, but STIs could take you off course. Among a lot of the young men and women I diagnosed with HIV, it's not only a medical condition, some of them suicidal. As an STI doctor, you have people calling me, Doc, I could kill myself, I got on the bridge now. Thank God I share a practice with a mental health specialist. Sometimes we work hand in hand together. Because it's not only a chronic medical disorder, HIV, something like HIV, even these other STIs, they are associated with stigma. The stigma of HIV could cause spiral you into depression, into anxiety. So a lot of the young men and women, they call me nonstop. Doc, I'm depressed. They have to get counseling. Some need to go on medication. I have to constantly be checking on them to make sure they don't kill themselves. So it's far more than just having a medical condition. It extends beyond that. That's why you guys stay from it. Because you're a young person. You're supposed to be dealing with studying, church, sports, extracurricular activities, sorting yourself out for college, right? Spending time with your family and your friends. You ain't got to be dealing with no STI or HIV. For what? That's too much. And especially at your age. No one should have to deal with it. Next slide. Men who have sex with men are at risk. Remember I said anal sex is definitely a high-risk way of getting it, right? And so these are the ulcerations. We as a doctor, once you have a herpes sore, someone keep me up at the time, because you know I could talk, only because I have to pick my wife up soon, I probably could stop. I could talk about this all day. So you have to keep me in check. You have to keep me in check. I can move faster. These are contacts. So once we see the lesions of herpes, we know it. It's characteristic. We see it, I need to run no tests. And I treat it. But not everyone have the sores, and guess what? You don't have to have the sores to pass it on. That's another tricky thing, right? A lot of times they just think it's a razor bump. It could be herpes. Now it's not life-threatening, but you know, herpes tend to have a psychological effect on people, aesthetically, cosmetically, you know. The CDC, the Center for Disease Control, say do not do the herpes test in your STI panel because it creates confusion. Why? Me as a doctor, I can't tell you when you get that. You could have gotten herpes from the first time you had sex. So STIs, remember I say it could break up relationship and break up my doctor's office. STIs could cause a lot of trouble. It could cause a lot of trouble because this person could have these herpes antibodies, they married, and now they blaming the poor man. He ain't have to be the man. You can't trace to the man. That's why it's good to still do STI screening. It could break up. I spend a lot of my time having to counsel having to talk, even with couples.
Just a quick announcement.
Yeah.
AJ6736. If that's your vehicle, you're blocking in someone. AJ6736. This looks like a gray Japanese type car.
Yeah. So it could break up families. People get divorced over STIs. Domestic violence could happen because of STIs. So you see how tactful I have to be when I'm telling results. Now, you know I can't tell people their results together. Ethically, I can't do that. But worse than that, I want no trouble. I want no trouble. So I can tell you yours. I'll bring you in the room. I'll tell the other partner theirs. And then if you sit together, you can tell each other the results if you want to. I ain't getting involved in that. Right? Herpes shouldn't be done unless it's a need. You have a sore that you can't distinguish, a lesion you can't distinguish. Because most people are going to have the antibodies to herpes, and it creates a lot of anxiety. So I have to explain. I prefer to leave it alone and do the others. Herpes is not really life-threatening, but we know herpes can affect children in utero and childbirth. So that's why we may screen pregnant mothers. Next slide. Trichomonas. I come into the end, and then I'm going to end with HIV in the next 5 minutes. Trichomonas is a bacterial STI that's curable. Females could get it. All right? But simple things. Use a condom. Now we know as men, we don't really like condoms. And women don't like condoms either. Condoms feel unnatural. I think that's why God had set it up to be monogamous. Because when you use barrier protection, I have a lot of young people say, Doc, man, I start the first 2, 3, 4 times, I take it off. Especially when you get comfortable with the person. Could I be real? You stop using condom. It's human nature. Some men say, man, Doc, I can't feel nothing. So they take the condom off. And remember, condom don't always protect you. If a part of the penis is not covered with the condom, remember I talk about contact? You could just get STIs from just rubbing up in contact. If that part of the penis ain't covered, you still get an STI, even if you have a condom on. That's why you got to abstain. You got to know your partner's status. You got to stay with one partner. Because even with a condom, you're at risk for getting STIs. I see a young man walking on there. Someone needs to grab him. Next slide. So the symptoms of trichomonas, foul smelling discharge, you can know as a female. Trichomonas doesn't really affect men, right? Doesn't really affect men, but it's easily treatable. Don't wait for things to go long term. I can tell you why now. Warts, I'm seeing a lot of anal warts, penile warts, vulval warts. I've seen a lot of warts. Warts are caused by HPV. I know I probably have 2 more slides by HPV. Please. Huh? You came? HPV is the most common STI. And we don't talk about it. Human papilloma virus. Right? Usually by the time someone goes to college, they have had HPV. They have HPV. And we don't worry about it. It's the most common. But the good thing about HPV infection, that's why you all get the Gardasil and the Cervarix. All your daughters and sons should have this vaccine by age 11. HPV, the good thing about HPV is that your immune system can clear it. After a year or 2, it's cleared. But for some reason, some people don't clear it. Now, HPV, remember COVID had Delta variant, Omicron, and all those? HPV has about 400 different variants. Some are benign, but some cause cancer. What are the cancers? Cervical cancer, anal cancer, throat cancer from oral sex, cancer of the penis, cancer of the vagina, cancer of the vulva. You see why it's so important to have this vaccine on board? HPV. HPV is the most common. Now, it's cleared. Now, females, we don't do a pap smear on you before 21. Why? Because we suspect you're going to have some HPV changes in the cells, and we don't want to create alarm. So you should start your pap smears at 21, females, right? And remember, men who have sex with men, we don't talk about this. You need to do an anal pap smear. I know that sounds weird, but just how you have changes in the cervix because of HPV. So HPV is a virus it's a virus that causes cancer. There are other viruses that can cause cancer, a few of them. HPV causes all these cancers I told you. Apparently, it infects the cells and causes them to change from non-cancer to cancer. Now, there are a few stages in between there. And that is why a pap smear is so important, women. It's a cheap, simple test. It may be a little uncomfortable. Why? Because the cytologist who reads the slide could see these changes happening in the cells of the cervix before it even gets to precancerous lesions. There's CIN1, 2, and 3. These are precancerous lesions. CIN1, CIN2, CIN3. Precancer. But then you get stage 1 cancer. But if you look under this microscope and you see these cells are changing, the gynecologist could intercept and save your life before it gets to stage 1 cancer. That's the beauty and the sophistication of a simple, non-sophisticated test called a pap smear. You go in with a speculum, scrape those cells of the wall, smear it on the slide, spray it, and send it to the lab for a trained cytologist to look. How simple that is. A simple test that comes with your annual could save your life. And HPV causes these changes. Now, STIs, females could cause changes in these cells also. So that is why it has to be interpreted. If you have abnormal cells, I want to know what is causing the abnormal cells. So sometimes if you have abnormal cells, the doctor may do your HPV variants to see if you have these cancer-causing strains. Sometimes STIs can cause these cells to become abnormal. And that is why when we see this, we as primary healthcare physicians send you to the specialist, the gynecologist, and they'll take it from there. If they have to intervene with a biopsy to be sure what's happening, but a simple pap smear could save your life. We don't test for HPV in the blood. HPV is almost an indirect thing. If we see abnormal cells in the cervix, when you do the biopsy, the HPV strains on that sample is sent to find out if you have the cancer-causing strains. We don't test HPV in the blood for men either, right? Right? But remember, it could cause warts on the penis. But HPV could also cause benign warts. You may have a wart on the finger. That's not cancerous. That's non-cancerous warts. So that's caused by the non-cancerous strains. Next slide. So anal sex, you could get warts, and these warts they could be benign first, non-cancerous, and they could transform into cancer. Anal cancer is caused by HPV and can be caused from anal sex. So a lot of men who have sex with men who have anal sex, they can get anal cancer because of the transmission of the HPV, the human papillomavirus, right? HPV, you could have warts high up in the cervix. You can't see that. That is why it's important for you women to keep your annual gynecological visit, because he can now look in there, and sometimes you could see lesions in the vagina that you can't see, but we can see. Warts could be burnt off. I could give you a medication if they're small and they go away. They can reoccur. Or they could be burnt off, right? Next slide. Okay, so yeah. Next slide. Hepatitis C, I won't get into that, but that could be caused by blood transfusion, by sex, needle stick injury. So we in healthcare, we at risk for a lot of stuff. We could get needle stick injury and get diseases. Hepatitis C is one of those. We don't have a vaccine for hepatitis C, but there is a cure. But that cure is extremely expensive. I think it's like $12,000 a month. Next slide. And I spoke about all of this. Sorry? Cure. Hepatitis C can be cured. Yeah, I think it's just like some of these infectious diseases, you have to have a course. So we spoke about cervical cancer. And about 85 to 95% of them are caused by HPV. Next slide. Pap smear is important. Next slide. Next slide. So, smoking, multiple partners. So the decision you make in your younger years, so we need to train up our young girls, right? you could have HPV happening. It takes about maybe 15 years to 20 years, 10 to 20 years for those cells to change from non-cancerous straight into stage 1 cancer. So there's a stage, metaplasia, you could have dysplasia. So histologically, the cells go through different changes. And that's happening with time. But if you do your pap smears, you could intercept that natural history. That's why screening, breast, cervix, colon, screening is bread and butter medicine. Screening could save your life. Next slide. I know you got 2 minutes. HPV, 5 minutes left. HPV vaccines, please. Nowadays, I hear you could go up to age 26 with the vaccine. Some people are even saying in females 45. But between 9 and 11, make sure your sons and your daughters have that vaccine on board before they start their sexual life. By 11, all females and males should have their vaccines. Your HPV vaccines on board. Check your immunization card. That's important. That's going to save your life. Next slide. Next slide. You see there? Next slide. Next slide. We won't go into that. Next slide. HIV. Next slide. Next slide. Keep going, keep going. I'm going to talk about this in 4 minutes. I'm going to give you a crash course in HIV. Okay, stop there. Stop there. Right there. There's no cure for HIV. Are we up or are we down? From the numbers I see, we have about a 1.3% prevalence. The age group, I think, is between 20 and 39, the height. Male and female may be equally. Females may edge out, males a bit. Transmission, sex. Anal sex, vaginal sex, oral sex is a very low risk, right? I get that question a lot. Mother to child still occurs. It doesn't occur often because of the good medication we have, right? So we're doing well with that. We have done well with that. If one baby in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas is born with HIV, that ain't good. The whole department in a panic. In the early 90s, before we had the medication, we have a lot of kids were born between 90 and 95, 98, were born with HIV because we didn't have the high level, the highly active medication we have now. And guess what? Those children are now in their 30s and they're now having children of their own. But the children are fine because they're on their medicine. The amount of virus in their blood is low, right? Anal sex, vaginal sex. Men who have sex with men are high risk. Next slide. Oh, Lord, I need to get on to PrEP. Next slide. Next slide. Women, you're a high-risk group. Why? Not so much here like in the Middle East. In the Middle East, women ain't got no right. Their husband or boyfriend could have 10 other women. They wouldn't dare open their mouth and say, use a condom, or I'm not having sex with you tonight. And that's gender-based violence. Some of them are in domestic violence. In the Middle East, it's hard for women. But right here in Nassau, a lot of women, sex for money. That's common. We don't want to admit it. Sex for money is real. Transactional sex, we call it. We kind of tidied that name up over the years. Political correctness. Transactional sex. Sex for money. That's a common. But women who have frequent STIs, your cervix and your vagina, is the perfect environment for HIV. Anywhere, as I said, you have chronic inflammation, untreated STIs, HIV is right around the corner. You bleed easy, and so HIV could just get right in there. So you're at risk. And remember, any STI that has lesions such as sores, high risk. Syphilis, herpes, these are high risk. They put you at high risk for HIV because they bleed easy. You brush up against them, bleeding. That is how STIs are now related to HIV. Set you up for HIV. Not only sexual behavior, but the anatomy that we spoke about, having STIs in a very inflamed, friable, bleeding environment, and these STIs that prevent with sores, bleed easy. Next slide. I said all of that with 2 slides. Next slide, keep going, Keep going, keep going, keep going. I spoke about that. Keep going, keep going, keep going. I spoke about the acute stuff. Next slide. Keep going, keep going. Screening. Please get your HIV screens. You could do it at any private office in a confidential environment, any lab. It's an easy test. Takes 10, 15 minutes in a doctor's office. If you're married, if you're a pastor, if you're a pastor's wife, do it. Do your STI screens. Do your HIV screens. It's easy. Do it in a confidential environment. Do it. You may be monogamous, but your partner may not be. Next slide. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Bam, stay. Do you know that HIV could be prevented? You could take a pill a day and prevent HIV. High-risk groups. Men who have sex with men is high-risk group. If one partner is positive and one is negative, people is like, what? This is 2025. HIV positive people are marrying HIV negative people. Marrying and having children. I have several cases where someone comes to me, they're positive, they find a girlfriend, I put the girlfriend on prevention, and then they won't have children. I have twins now, perfectly healthy. The wife is still negative. The partner's virus is 0, and that helps. HIV is prevention, meaning I put you on medicine, and your virus is 0, you don't transmit it. If you're on HIV medicine and your virus is 0, you do not pass it on. People don't believe that. I got 2 minutes. HIV prevention. You could take a pill for high-risk groups. I have a lot of men who say, man, doc, I ain't into no condom. When I fly to Panama and I go on business, I sleep with prostitutes. I don't use no condom. You better put me on this PrEP. PrEP is a tablet a day. So it's not only gay men who are at high risk. Heterosexual men who practice risky behavior are high risk. They need to be on PrEP. Next slide. They need to be on PrEP. So those are them. People, if someone keep coming in the STI clinic with STIs, I say, man, this ain't looking good. I'm trying to prevent you from getting HIV. You need to be on PrEP. And it's free in the Bahamas. It was here from 2016. Very few people even know it exists. When I give my talks to people in the clinic, they say, what? When you all bring that, they think it's some sophisticated medicine. They say, we had this here from 2016. The United States approved it from 2012. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. All right. So I'm going to end here. PEP. PrEP is pre-exposure. If you're high risk, to prevent you from getting it before you have sex. PEP is post-exposure. For who? If the condom break, if you have unprotected sex, what else? Rape victims. For us in healthcare, needle stick injury. We could put you on medicine for a month to prevent you from getting HIV, provided that you present to us within 72 hours. Same thing with syphilis. If you have an unprotected sexual encounter, I could put you on a cheap antibiotic that's been around from the 50s, a stat dose, within 72 hours, and that prevents syphilis. A shot prevents gonorrhea. All STIs, most STIs, are preventable. So now, in modern day practice, in the Bahamas, we talk about preventing STIs, not only treating, but preventing STIs. HIV could be prevented. Could you imagine if HIV was around in the 90s? I'm sorry, if PrEP was around in the 90s and 80s? Sometimes I feel so bad. I've had patients who I've asked, I know they're high risk, please go on PrEP. No, because PrEP is also associated with stigma. They think if you're on PrEP, they're going to label you as a whore. In fact, when it was approved by the FDA in 2012, people who took PrEP was termed Truvada, that's the name of the drug, Truvada whores. Because they say, oh, you could just go wild. No, it prevents. I have heterosexual and gay couples on PrEP, one positive and one negative. The other one who's negative was on PrEP, and they don't use condoms. And it's been 10 years and not an HIV transmission. PrEP works. I don't understand why the doors ain't breaking down for PrEP or for prevention for all the STI. I don't understand. It may be stigma. People say, man, if I go and do this. And then we have the bisexual and DL group, who I think needs PrEP more than anything. Because the men who have sex with men, or the gays around the world, Europe, the United States and Canada, they're on their PrEP. Their numbers of HIV are falling. And the number of heterosexual men and women going up. You see, it's starting to turn. because the heterosexual or the DL men or the bisexual men, they want to associate with PrEP because, man, they could call me sissy. But they are fueling the epidemic. They need to be on the PrEP because a part of all the gay men in Europe, Canada, and the States, a part of their health care, if they have diabetes or hypertension and they're gay, when they go to their private doctor, their primary health care provider, PrEP is a part of their management. And so they ain't getting HIV. Doxycycline for syphilis is a part of their management. They ain't getting syphilis. I'm noticing the numbers are increasing in heterosexual people, in women, monogamous women, married women. You see how this epidemic is starting to turn? Because people don't want to accept it. If you're a DL man, accept it, use PrEP. The gays, or who we call homosexuals, that's a part of their treatment plan in first world countries. All of them on PrEP, and they ain't getting HIV. I have had high-risk people, I've said, please go on PrEP. Please. No. A year time they come, positive for HIV. I've had it too many times to be happy about it. If you're high risk, you need to be on it. And I speak to college students too. If you're high risk, if you know you're practicing same-sex sex, you need to be on PrEP. What are we afraid of? Why do you want a disease that's not curable and comes with so much other non-medical issues? So I end on that note. STIs could be prevented. HIV in 2025 could be prevented. The homosexuals, they're getting straight. And now in the States, remember, you have injections. They're expensive. It's like $3,700 every 2 months for the shot. But you'll be surprised people could afford that. People right here now so could afford that. A lot of people fly to the States for their HIV therapy and their prevention therapy for HIV. They do it. Maybe people got money, you know. Oh, you all stay there and sleep. They got money. I remember I had a patient. I give one of my patients or a friend, say, Doc, man, you ain't got no slow 58. I give him that 50 today. 2 days later on WhatsApp, he in Greece on the boat. I give him my $50 now, and he in Greece, and I in Nassau working. Bahamian people got money, man. Bahamian people got money. They got it for their trips now. They got it for their trips. You see summer coming? People could be in the far. Bahamian people do travel a lot. This is a sidebar. Bahamian people is be all over the world. All over the world. But that's a part of us being blessed. And we wouldn't accept it. Be blessed. Tomorrow, guess what's going to happen? Some of you are going to have 3 and 4 meat on your plate. Then you have guava off a piece of cake. Then Vitamalt. Ice cream. And guess what? When about 6, 7 o'clock hits, you're going back in the kitchen. Seconds. Typical Bahamian. I don't talk about that in a bad way all the time. I talk about it as us being blessed. We're blessed. We live good. Our people could be educated. You could go to UB and BTVI, free education. Right? Any questions? Any questions? Boy, I gone over. Boy. Pastor, don't let me be late. I have the white car, and if I late for her, I'm in trouble.
I have a mic.
Oh, you have a mic. Okay.
Good morning
Probably
again.
not calling now.
Good afternoon. Sorry.
Oh, Lord.
Tired. As it relates to trichomoniasis, right? That particular STI. I know just about the most common symptom that has unusual discharge from the penis and the vagina. Is there any other symptom?
Any other symptoms?
Yeah, and where would you rank that particular STI amongst other STIs like gonorrhea or chlamydia?
Trichomonas is pretty common. It's pretty common in females. You don't really diagnose it. It's kind of hard to diagnose in men. I mean, I guess they could have some penile irritation, but trichomonas in female, you will know. A vaginal discharge, copious, foul-smelling, fishy smelling, and so you'll know. And when we look, the discharge of trichomonas has a characteristic look. When we see it, that bubbly, frothy look that I showed on there is almost pathognomonic. We use that word medicine, meaning this is it. Right? Men, you could pass urine and you may grow it, but it is treated with an antibiotic and is cured. A lot of the STIs are cured. But if you don't treat it, or if you're having the symptoms and you're embarrassed to go, that's another thing. You don't want to go to the STI doc. That's why I practice some home care STIs. I come to the house and I do what I have to do, home care testing. We're going to need to go there because you'll be surprised, especially in men. Something could be, burning you like 1,000,000 needles. And we still ain't going. We can let that fester for 2-3 weeks. All kind of home remedy and all kind of thing, going in the sea, even laying hands on. But God put us here for a reason, you know. Laying hands on you for the STI to cure. Now, I believe in healing. I believe in Isaiah 53 now. 53 or 58? 53. We are healed by the stripes. I believe that. I believe that just as much as I'm looking at you. God heals. The church has a role, but we need to use it more. We can't be like the world, man. Ain't no one gonna come in here. We can't be all the statistics is the same as the world. What we doing? Me and my wife talk about this all the time. I don't know what's gonna happen. Any other questions? I know it's lunchtime.
They don't eat.
Boy, look like they don't eat.
That's the problem.
Y'all going till 8 tonight,
3.
Oh.
We got more time.
Yeah.
Any more questions going once?
Don't be scared, man. It's taboo.
Any more questions going twice?
Well, I guess I was clear.
Sold. I got to have you come back and talk to my young people, sir.
I have to talk to your young people, please. I'm begging you.
You ain't got to beg me.
Yeah.
Thank you on behalf of the Remnant Tabernacle of Praise. Curtis, let him know he ain't got to beg me.
No.
He ain't got that problem,
Whenever
sir.
you ready.
Have no fear.
I think you have my number. You can get it.
I could find you.
Yeah.
So on behalf of the Remnant Tabernacle of Praise, we want to say thank you so much for the wealth of knowledge that you offered us.
I hope this ain't non-alcoholic.
Well, if we can talk outside, we can get you something else. We appreciate you, and God bless you.
It was a pleasure.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much.
Dino, make sure I get him something a little stronger, because he said he want the soft stuff. Dino said she got you when you walk outside in the car. Way to go, Dino. Take one for the team. As we truck along, sing, press along. In God's own way. Where we is now? Alzheimer's gone. We doing fitness challenge now. That's what they're. The cooking challenge. Oh. Okay, we jumping across all them. So the next presenter is Sister Andrea Curtis. I see your name here. Oh, she got to go. Okay, so Dr. Stubbs, Vimpalo. So let me find Dr. Stubbs' thing. Dino. Oh, Dino. There you go. So Dr. Opal Stubbs is currently a member of the Rehabilitation Service as a senior physiotherapist at the Public Hospital Authority, PHA, and a CEO of Sanders Therapy, established in 2005. She holds a bachelor's degree of science in, what that is? Exercise science from Florida International University. My wife been there. A master of science in physical therapy from the University of Central Florida, and a doctorate of physical theology degree in that big word I don't want. Utica? Utica. I tell y'all I can't read. Y'all help me. In New York. Utica College in New York. Miss Dr. Opal Stubbs is a powerful force in her profession and uses robust skills, including public speaking. There you go. Come teach me how to talk in the bubble. Rehabilitation, clinical education, and critical care. Dr. Stubbs. You want me to keep talking until you finish talk? I can talk some more until you finish. Oh, she ready? All right. It's a, give me a catch. presentation. There you go.
Good afternoon, everyone. I need everyone to stand to their feet for me, please. Take a deep breath in through the nose. I'd like for you to exhale through your lips. Purse your lips as though you're about to kiss and blow out. Inhale through the nose. Exhale through the lips. This time when you inhale, I want you to raise your hands up to the ceiling. Both hands together if you can. Inhale and slowly exhale through the lips. Inhale and exhale. Bring the hands down on the exhale. Inhale again and exhale. Now, I'd like for you to lift your right leg up in the air. Place the right leg down. Lift your left leg up in the air. All right. I'm going to give a count of 20. I want you to march in place for a count of 20. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Have a seat for me, please. Good afternoon, everyone. You've been sitting a while. Okay. When's the last time you moved? When was the last time you moved? How important is moving? Do you really think movement is important? This slide tells us as we mature, our level of independence declines. That's all of us. As we mature from 0 to 10, we peak at 20, we peak at 30, we're there. After we hit 40, our independence declines. What is independence to you? That may mean certain things for many people. Independence for me may be in a wheelchair. Independence may be using a walker. Independence may be walking independently. It don't require an assistive device at all. There are levels of independence, but as we mature, our functional independence declines. And I want us to keep that in mind. Okay, next slide. So what is it that I do for a living? I'm an advocate. I'm a manager. I'm a manager of your health, believe it or not. I am a preventionist. I am a wellness coach. I am a health promoter. I am also the physical therapist. Those are the things that encompass my profession and what I do for a living. Next slide. So, that means prevention and wellness is my practice. I am here for you. So I don't want you all to run away from me. Next slide. So what does that mean? I'm a qualified expert. All physical therapists that are licensed and registered in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas are qualified experts. What we do is maintain, improve, and restore your function, your independent function. And independence means certain things to certain people. We do not use drugs. So like your other physicians that came before me, except for Dr. Roll, who's also a physical therapist, we don't use drugs. You don't have to buy a pill. So that means I'm cost effective. Right? I am cost effective for you. Right? And also, ultimately, I improve the quality of your life. Okay, next slide. So what that says is, the American Physical Therapy Association says to us, as a profession, that we need to do the things that are uniquely educational, informative, science-based for you all in order to proceed with your quality of life that means value to you, right? So I assist in preventing and reducing the things that Dr. Norad and all of the other physicians came in, they give you a pill for. I don't do that with drugs. I do it without. Okay? So that is your cardiovascular disease. That is your cancers. That is your hypertension. That is your diabetes and your chronic lung disease. We address the body from head to toe, from the neonates to the geriatrics. Next slide. Next slide. So, the World Health Organization says that I am the manager of your health and your determinants of health. What are your determinants? Your determinants means your social life, your financial life, your education, your social support, your physical environment. Do you know if you have wide steps at your home that may change your dynamic of how you walk? If your steps are too short, if you don't have any steps, if you need a ramp, I am the manager of your determinant of health. Okay, next slide. So, the best decisions for your health is prevention. Prevention, prevention, prevention. So yes, it may say a ooh and a ah and a ow, but the long-term benefits outweigh everything else. So what does that mean ultimately? You must move. We must move as human beings. We have to move to maintain our blood circulation, our bone health, our muscle health. Everything requires us to move. Next slide. Did you know that if you lay on the couch watching TV and on the cell phone too long, that reduces your quality of life? Yes. We must move. Next slide. Did you know that when we do that too long, we create what we call adipose tissue or fat tissue around the areas where we usually don't want them because we don't move? We must move. Next slide. Did you know that when we don't move, we get things that cause us to have low blood levels like anemia, that causes dizziness, that cause us to fall, that then causes us to break bones? Headaches. All of those things are because we don't move. Next slide. Did you know if you don't move, you increase your chances of Alzheimer's and dementia? We must move. You stay right here with me while we move. So if you feel inclined to stand up and move around, please feel free to do so. Next slide. Did you know that when we don't move, your bones become brittle? And then we end up with issues like a hip replacement, knee replacement, because we don't move. We must move. We have to move. The body was designed to move. Why? Because when we peaked at 10, 12, 20, and 30, we were moving. And then once 40 hit, we started to slow down. The rhythm of our walk slows down. Our desire to push slows down. It's nothing that we can help. It just occurs. So we must move. Next slide. We must move because we have to prevent insulin resistance. For those persons who are diabetic, insulin resistance is our problem. We must move. You could have increased hunger, increased blood sugar. You may be eating too many peas and rice, potato salad, coleslaw, pork chop, and that's why we get a little sedentary, the adipose tissue, and then we stop moving. You see how I connected them all? No, there's no pill. Remember I said I am the prescription that does not involve you going to the pharmacy. So that's why I'm what? Cost effective, correct? I'm cost effective. Next slide. Did you know that when you move, you have better bowel and bladder movements? Did you know that when you move, you increase your muscle strength? Do you know that when you move, your bones maintain its strength so that they won't break? Did you know that your heart requires us to move so it could pump the blood through the brain, through the lungs, and to the foot, and back up? You are required to move. Do you know that when you move, your skin won't break down to the things that Dr. Nora talked about? You have to move with a purpose, okay? Did you know that when you move, you're not as cranky? You have a decent appetite, but not on the peas and rice, coleslaw, potato salad, pork chop, crack conch, and fried chicken. We have to move on a balanced meal. Some greens, plenty proteins, minimal starch, right? Do you know that when we move, the fluid that we take the doctors take the labs for are normal when we move. When we stop moving, they become imbalanced. You see how knowledgeable we are as physical therapists? Going to school, you know. Right? So I need us to keep moving. I want to encourage us all to move. We are required to move. It is essential to our living quality life and the things that we would like to do. Whether that is working past retirement, whether that is traveling, whether that is picking up your grandchildren and great-grandchildren and being active with them and for them rather than pushing you, you can play with them. You got to move. Next slide. So when these things don't happen, you get heart disease, right? You get high blood pressure, diabetes, there's depression in the mix, right? Your bones become brittle, you become obese. That's that same adipose tissue in the same spots we don't like them to be, right? We have to move. Next slide. Why aren't you moving? That is an honest question. Why aren't you moving? You should move. Everyone should move every day of their lives. And it has to be a purposeful movement once you rise from your bed after your prayer or with your prayer. Right? You have to move to improve, maintain, and restore your quality of life. Next slide. All right. So the prevention is the cure. And I'm not talking about an exacerbating amount of movement. That could be a moderate walk. That could be an aquatic class. That can be a Pilates class. That can be a yoga class. That could be a senior citizen class. That can be a nice YouTube video that you find and you have a chair that can fit in your front room and you just chose to move with it because you have 20 minutes to pass. Notice it says 30, but I said 20 because I'm giving us the time that we need to move, right? Next slide. Our prevention is the cure. So what I would do is, when you come to me, based on your specific needs, and your specific needs, I would give you a battery of tests that determines where you are in your fitness level and what I would need to help you improve on that. Because not one person is the same. You require something different than Nurse Skeet. Nurse Skeet requires something different than Miss Brown in the corner. So it has to be defined specifically for you. Right? And I am still cost effective. I cheaper than doc them. I'm a different doc, right? So don't run from us. Okay, next slide. So, regular physical movement tells us that I want to improve my mortality. I remember growing, seeing the obituaries. My grandparents expired at early 60s and 50s. That was the norm growing up. Now, we're living longer, 70s, 80s, and 90s. Why can't we improve, maintain, and restore our mortality with movement? I currently have an 83-year-old patient with one leg, and she can hop. She moves. Okay? So, when we move, we reduce the risk of cancer, diabetes, bone issues, falling. The older we get, the risk of fear of falling becomes more prevalent because you're no longer accustomed to leaning forward. So I want you to, okay, ladies and gents, remember they told you to, ladies, always close your legs, right? I need you to know that as we get older, you're going to have to open your legs to stand up. So spread your legs for me, please. And I want you to lean over and find your toes. Just lean over and find your toes and sit back up. You can't be fearful of that. As you age, I want you to consider that as the hallmark of whether you'll be afraid of falling, of going from sit to stand. So the next step I'd like for you to do for me is lean forward. Lean forward for me. Good. Lift your bottom off of the chairs. Stand. Lift just your bottom. So as we age, as we mature, that gets more difficult. Now, I want you to bend over, look at your toes, and put your bottom on the chair first. That's how you're supposed to sit safely. It ensures that your bottom is over the chair before you sit. It ensures that your brain to muscle work knows that you're not going to fall. And even if you do have a mishap, you fall exactly on the chair. So, yes, ladies, they tell us to close our legs, but I actually tell all my patients to open their legs when they stand. You have to move. Next slide. All right. When we move, as a physical therapist, I want to make sure that I get you working out between 60 to 80% of your heart rate, your maximum heart rate. That means something to me. And if you're my patient, I could tell you about that specifically. But you can't run from me. You got to move to me, right? And knowing full well that I will expand and extend your lifespan. Next slide. So what does that mean for movement? For those persons who like cardio, there's a beginner's guide, nothing specific about how you should move. Maybe, 3 times a week, a little 60 to 70 heart rate max, 20 to 30 minutes. Notice I did say find a 20-minute video on YouTube. It doesn't have to be strenuous. I often type senior yoga in a chair for me. Because I need to restore my balance before I handle a patient. So it's beneficial for me before I go to the young folks' balance workout and I fall on my face. Next slide. All right, strength training. For those persons who have diabetes, strength training is most important rather than the cardio. Our muscles need to burn more with lifting weights as a diabetic as opposed to walking or running. Not only will you burn more fat, you will improve your insulin resistance and your blood sugars will lower. You see how I educated? Because I go into school, you must move. You gotta move. Next slide. So, did you know that exercise is 2 to 3 times better than taking the Advil, Panadol, or aspirin? You get more benefits from me than that. And I tell you I'm cost effective. Can't run from me. Run to me. Next slide. So, I need you to know, for all of us, anyone, I would say 40 and older, there's a specific time. Can I have you as an example? That's all right. One of the tests I would need to determine is, I want you to stand up, walk over to the first seat, and come back. As a physical therapist, I'm testing for certain things. Right? As a physical therapist, I need to know, I'm looking at his walk rhythm. I'm looking at if he has any issues with balance and coordination with him walking. I'm looking at how long it takes for him to get across the room and back. That has to be a certain time. And as we get older, that time increases. Right? You're within the normative. Okay? Right? So let me give you an example. It is not the truth, but I will say it should take you about 50 seconds to get up from a chair, walk across the room, and come back. That should be the norm. It's not the number, but that would be the norm. Older persons may take 2 minutes. So then I know to work on their rhythm of walking. That makes sense? Why? Because we have to move, and we have to move safely. A lot of issues that we also have is that if I move, I will fall. If you stop moving, you will fall. Guaranteed. The research says that if you stop moving, guaranteed you will fall. If you continue the move, you will still have the balance and coordination and skills that you need and the strength to not fall. You have to move. So when we have some ailment and we lay in bed for 2 weeks and play like we can't move, stop that. Get up. We have to move. Right? We have to move. Right? The bed of affliction is not, right? I'm not the most loveliest person when I see a person in bed and I said, you haven't moved for the day. Or I see the food on their chest and they're eating it from their chest. Your digestion can't happen. Your motility of bowel and bladder can't happen if you don't move. Your muscle strength will dissipate. You lose 4% of muscle mass in 1 week if you don't move. 4% in 1 week if you don't move. We must move. You must move. Next slide, please. So, I want you to build a culture in this wellness program that you have here, this wellness fair, a community of wellness. And that means movement. So if you decide, hey, after church, after a meeting, or after a choir practice, let's just do 15 minutes of stretching. That works on balance. The next time we'll work on 15 minutes of cardio. It doesn't have to be anything strenuous. It can be looked up on a YouTube video. But we must move. Okay? Next slide. Right. So for myself, movement is based on, I would address your needs specifically one-to-one. If there's a group of us working out together, we all have the same physical capabilities and abilities. So we as a group may not need personalized attention. We have to move, okay? Next slide. I'm done. Any questions? I am Dr. Opal. Hi, any questions for me? So that's what I spoke of regarding movement and the things that affects our joints for osteoarthritis that usually occurs as we age. Yes, there are exercises that can address those needs. So the shoulder joint is a complex one. The shoulder joint and the hip joints are the only joints in the body that move in a multi-plane. When I mean multi, it can go anywhere, left, right, up, down, and in a circle. Only the hip and the shoulders do that. Everything else is in one direction. So I would have to address your specific needs on where you have problem. You may be able to do this, but can't do this. But I need this for you to push off of a chair. So I would address your needs specifically, and that's where we would have one-to-one specific care on how to address your needs. Okay? Any other questions? That is understandable. You should always know where your investment lies, but know that your quality of care is your investment. Before I pay Dr. Nora, Dr. Knowles, Dr. Ferguson that coming behind me, I'm going to pay, I don't need them, but I love them, I'm going to pay my trainers because it's cost effective for me. I have not been sick in 2.5 years because I purposefully provide myself with activities 3 to 4 times a week, sometimes 5, so that I don't have to take pills. I haven't had a cold. Amen. I don't like
medications either. I'm a person, pills is something I don't consume.
I just told you I'm non-pharmacological. No
right,
pills
that's why I'm
address
very
me.
interested. That's why my interest has peaked because I don't like medication. I'm not on any, and I don't intend to be on any until Christ takes me home. But my interest is peaked because there is periodically I feel like, I don't know, the doctor said it may be arthritis, and I just wanted to prevent any.
For us women, we should be able to scratch. We should be able to put on our underwear for the shoulder. That's important. Whether your preference is from the front or the back. So you would need the shoulder turns, which is what I said, the movement, in order to get that done. And as we age, we can address those things. If you're limited in any direction, because it matters what direction is involved and how long you've had that issue. So I would work on pain management first and then strengthening.
But you gotta move.
Gotta move.
Any other questions? There you go. They running to you now. They ain't running from you no more.
No.
Hi, Dr. Opal. Could you address, you talk about the 4% muscle mass that is lost in 1 week laying in bed. Could you address that?
So I am also a proud team member of the Public Hospital Authority, and I work for BMH. So what I see on a daily basis is my fellow Bahamians come in and lie down for weeks on end or days on end, and their muscle starts to look as though they are smushed watermelon. They left their home walking. Yes, they have an ailment. But then what happens is it's difficult for us to get them to leave because they refuse to move. And it's because they refuse to move, the muscles around the joints and the bones say, I'm just going to stop functioning. And then we can't get them home because they can't get in the car.
Wow.
They can't get out the car.
Wow.
They can't get in their front door. They can't get from the front door to their bedroom. Persons are frustrated when they have to come back for physical therapy or any other rehab, speech or occupational therapy. They refuse to bring their loved ones in the car because they had refused to move.
Gotta move.
You have to move. So it is so essential for the body to maintain its function. And the moment, if certain conditions you can't help, and then your physical therapists come in to restore them to a functional movement, I may come in walking but may leave in a wheelchair that's temporary. I may leave on a walker that's temporary, but it's still functional movement. Okay?
Any
Any
more
other
questions?
questions?
Yep, we got one there. A coming. Gotta move.
My question is, based on what you were talking about just now, age group, does that go also for every age group, whether they're young or, you talk about the, the bones, coming like watermelon, marshmallow, whatever.
My oldest patient was 95 years old and she had no issues. Her family just wanted me to help her maintain her exercise tolerance. She could do everything in her life, bathe herself, dress herself, cook if she wanted to, but they saw the value in maintaining her function so that she would not be bedridden, that she would not be in a wheelchair, that if she wanted to get in the car, and she had a driver, but she was 95 and did whatever she wanted to do. So there are total holistic benefits from the head to the toe. Your vision stays acute and fires when you move because you can see where you have to go.
Gotta move.
When you stop moving and you sit up, your blood drops straight to your foot, your blood pressure lowers, and then you get dizzy because you stop moving. So we have to move. Any other questions?
My question is, does that help with vertigo?
Absolutely. We address all conditions for all ages, including the NICU babies that's just arrived.
Any more questions? No more questions? Don't move. Even though you
I
gotta
must
move.
not move?
Yeah, you don't move.
Sorry? We is me. I'm Dr. Opal. I am the CEO of Saunders Therapy. Okay? And I also work for PMH. Okay? So when you see me, please keep moving.
Gotta move.
Let me see you moving.
Hello.
The consequence is otherwise.
Hello.
Right?
Yes.
And be well. Thank you for having me.
All right. So thank you so much. We have and will continue to take away the fact that we were. She didn't say it like that. We gotta what? All right. So we will remember to keep moving, and when we see you, we will run, not from you, but to you. We are grateful for the wealth of knowledge you offered. This looked like the little Dino by that, so you know a little rough in there. All right, so thank you so much. May God continue to bless you and keep you. All right, clap up. That's it. All right, so we have come to the end. You don't have to go home. You just got to come out of the church. You ain't got to come out. You can stay in here a little longer. Don't mind me. But we outside now begin to do some raffles, some prizes, some surprises. They got push-up challenge. They got a couple TV out there they won't give away. They got some food, grocery on the other side, some clothes sitting on. They got all kinds of things. Just go outside and finish, enjoy the health fair.